Chapter 2449. Call me Godfather. My realm essence. Hold on a little longer. He roared in his heart. If he lost, everyone's hard work would be given to someone else. Therefore, he could not hand over the market. He glanced at Xianxia, Gong Yangjiang, Tang Yue, and the others. He knew how much effort they had put in during this period of time. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had not done anything. He felt a little guilty. Boom. Unfortunately, guilt could not change the fact. Intense rumbling sounds continued to ring out, causing the dust on the street to rise into the air. The dust blocked Lin Ling's view. However, everyone was shaking their heads. They could already imagine that when the dust settled, what would appear would be a broken alchemy furnace and a regretful young man. Perhaps the young man had made a mistake by challenging Lu Yanhong in the beginning. Lin Ling, Xianyuan Er's eyes were red. He was unwilling to accept this result. If Lin Ling had 3 chances in a good alchemy furnace, he would definitely not lose. This was not fair. All right, let's not waste everyone's time. The market is mine. Lord Xiao laughed coldly. He stared at Xianyuan and the others lustfully. However, amidst the dust, Lin Ling's expression was still solemn. He was forcefully gathering all of his world essence to prevent the flames from extinguishing. As long as the flame was not extinguished, anything was possible. Idiot, why didn't you ask me for help? At this moment, a cold voice rang in his ears. I have to say that I admire your arrogance. This time I will help you. The cold voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling could not help but smile. In the next moment, a huge amount of realm essence surged into Lin Ling's body. It was as if the wind had been strengthened by the fire. The flame that was about to be extinguished was once again ignited. As long as he persevered, anything was possible. The flame was not extinguished. The people outside the dust did not know what had happened. Lu Yanhong smiled and said, I told you that when I was playing with the barrier, you were still drinking milk. At this moment, her beautiful face was somewhat ferocious. However, no one thought that she was ferocious because she was the winner. That's not necessarily true. However, just as her voice sounded, a firm voice drifted over, causing the gazes of everyone on the street to flicker. Soon after, they discovered that a slender figure was walking out from the dense dust. It was Lin Ling. At this moment, he was holding the alchemy furnace with one hand while the other hand was behind his back. Crackle, crackle. Colorful flames were still burning around the pill furnace, and they were extremely vigorous. This scene, it was as if the flame god had descended. How is this possible? Lu Yanhong's eyes widened when she sensed Lin Ling's renewed vigor. She clearly sensed that Lin Ling's boundary essence was exhausted. But why did the current Lin Ling give her an extremely powerful feeling? It was as though his boundary essence was endless. This little guy is really unfathomable. Lord Eighth was disappointed at first, but at this moment his eyes were full of vigor. Chi Yuhu, who was beside him, let out a sigh of relief. Previously, he was secretly sweating for Lin Ling. Bang! Almost at the same time, the alchemy furnace in Lin Ling's hand was smashed to the ground. His voice was like thunder, domineering like a wild knife. That terrifying aura made the people on the street swallow their saliva. All right, don't be mysterious. Did you successfully refine your pill? After Lu Yanhong recovered from her shock, she opened her palm and a colorful spirit cleansing pill floated in her palm. This pill is an Earth rank pill. No matter what waves you've caused, you've still lost. Her confident voice floated out of her mouth, causing the people around her to gradually come to their senses. Lin Ling was indeed miraculous, but so what if he succeeded? Could he compare to Lu Yanhong? Seeing Lu Yanhong's confident look, Lin Ling smiled. I'm sorry, but my luck seems to be pretty good. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and slammed the alchemy furnace on the ground. Boom! The alchemy furnace broke under the pressure, and there was a short period of silence. But in the next moment, the sky was filled with rolling winds and clouds. A divine light descended from the sky, as if summoned by God. A pill rose from the ground, blooming with endless light. Divine light protection. Countless people raised their heads, their eyes wide open. Divine light protection was a unique symbol of awakening a divine body. Could it be that Lin Ling had refined a heaven-ranked spirit cleansing pill? A spirit cleansing pill that awakens a divine body. Lord Eighth, who had been sitting, couldn't help but stand up and stare at the sky in horror. Not only can a heaven-ranked spirit cleansing pill increase one's cultivation by one realm, it can also allow a cultivator's talent to reach the level of awakening a divine body. Ancestor Long Granny was indeed an orange-robed boundary master. At this moment, she was muttering to herself. However, this voice was like thunder, directly smashing into everyone's hearts. If a piece of trash swallowed this pill, he would become a genius of the 3 great academies in the next moment. This was a true divine pill. Plop! Lu Yanhong looked up at the pill floating in the sky and was so frightened that she sat down on the ground. Heaven rank, heaven rank. If she remembered correctly, there was only one person in the entire Resplendent Academy who could successfully refine it. Moreover, this was something recorded in history. The most recent person who had successfully refined it was a world boundary master from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. He had also refined it once, and at that time, it had also alarmed the entire Great Azure Divine Dynasty. However, the latter was a famous boundary master for 10,000 years. And now, the one who had successfully refined it was only a nameless young man. You've lost. Go and call him Godfather. While she was surprised, a calm voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth at the same time. Yeah, we won. After that voice, Xian Yuan Go and Tang Yue hugged each other, incomparably excited. Haha, as expected of the Lord. Falling flowers, flowing water, Gong Yangjiang, and the others also hugged each other, and even their eyes were a little moist. They had put in a lot of effort into the market, and today, a powerful senior had wanted to snatch it away, but their shopkeeper had bravely stepped out and defeated those people's evil intentions. This guy is really restless. I was worried about him for nothing. In the distance, Chi Yuhu revealed a gratified smile, as if he was looking at a junior with a doting gaze. All right, let him take the marshal's seal. I won't object. Beside him, Lord Eighth smiled meaningfully, and his words made Chi Yuhu feel proud. The Martial God Battalion had a successor. At least, this lord had agreed. The entire street was looking at Lin Ling, and the sounds of discussion rose and fell one after another. Those cultivators clearly valued Lin Ling's God-cleansing pill more, and directly abandoned Lu Yanhong's pill. There were even people who directly reprimanded Lu Yanhong in order to curry favor with Lin Ling. You've lost. Accept your loss. The person who spoke was clearly not weak, so he wasn't afraid of the latter. Most importantly, although he didn't need Lin Ling's God-cleansing pill, his junior did. Moreover, Lin Ling had successfully refined it with a broken pill furnace and a single chance. What if he had better resources than Lu Yanhong? Aye. Chapter 2450. Coward. Unfortunately, the world of martial arts was cruel. The winner was king, and the loser was a bandit. If Lin Ling had lost, he would have been consigned to eternal damnation, and no one would have sympathized with him. But now that Lu Yanhong had lost, no one would sympathize with her. After all, not everyone was lustful. Not to mention, Lu Yanhong was such a filthy woman that most martial artists disdained her. One was an earth-tier pill with its light soaring into the sky. The other was a heaven-tier divine pill with its divine light protecting its body. The difference between the two was clear at a glance. Moreover, divine pills were very powerful. For example, if a heaven-tier divine pill was placed in Lin Ling's world, it could cause the entire world to collapse with its divine light protecting its body. Master Xia still did not seem to believe the truth. However, how could he lose face like this? He wanted to renege on his debt, but unfortunately, a dignified voice sounded in his ears. It was 8th Jew. Xiarun, you seem to have lost. Master Xia's body trembled, and his old face was filled with anger. He hated Lin Ling to death, so he could only walk towards Lu Yanhong. Lu Yanhong's heart was like dead ashes. She knew that not only 8th Ju, but the people around her were also on Lin Ling's side. Therefore, she knelt down and kowed out. After standing up, she hesitated for a long time and stared at Master Xia. Finally, she took a step forward, hugged Master Xia, and kissed him on his wrinkled face. Godfather. Everyone heard those sweet words. Ah, Godfather, that's so mushy. I have goosebumps. I want to be a godfather too. Master Xia is old, but his heart is not. After a short silence, the street burst into laughter. The sound made Lu Yanhong want to dig a hole and hide in it. Of course, Master Xia was the same. He could imagine what kind of ridicule he would receive when he returned to the resplendent academy. Then, Master Xia looked at Lin Ling and said with a smile, "Your name is Lin Ling, right? Not bad at all. In time, you'll become a dragon." As soon as he finished speaking, he recognized the jade bottle in his hand. He was willing to accept his loss. Of course, although his words sounded like praise, they were actually filled with killing intent. "Thank you for your kind words, Master Xia." Lin Ling didn't seem to notice the killing intent. He smiled faintly and took the drifting spirit fox flame. Although this flame hadn't reached the level of awakening a godly body, it was enough for his flames of time and space to level up again. "Thank you," Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The person he was thanking was Queen Xianxia. If she hadn't helped Lin Ling with her boundary essence, Lin Ling might not have succeeded. TSK, Lin Ling, well done. At this moment, Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at Lin Ling and could not help but laugh. Xiaoran had obviously come prepared. Originally, he wanted to seize Lin Ling's market, but in the end, Lin Ling turned the tide and turned defeat into victory. Not only did he defeat Xiaoran's scheme, but he also helped advertise for the market. Right now, no one doubted the Yula market anymore, and their business would be even better in the future. "We've won." Xin Yuan Gu, and the others smiled as they walked towards Lin Ling. They had finally passed through this great calamity. Although they knew that Lin Ling's growth was very fast, the ones who came today were the former first-generation Master Xia and Senior Zhongwen. These powerhouses were not people that Lin Ling could deal with at present. Therefore, it was obviously not easy for him to pass through this calamity safely. "It's not over yet." Lin Ling smiled as he looked at them. However, he quickly said something that stunned Xin Yuan Gu and the others. Then they all reacted. Sure enough, the 36 World Kings smiled and said, "Lin Ling, you and I have agreed to fight. Today, you won't run away, right?" Agreed to fight? Xin Yuan Gu and the others' eyes narrowed. Last time, the 36 World Kings did not ask for any reason and suppressed Lin Ling. Now, they had agreed to fight with Lin Ling? This was too overbearing. 36 World Kings. Last time you came looking for trouble. It's obvious to all. Do you have a nerve to say that this isn't agreed to fight? Tang Yue immediately said. Tang Yue, it's none of your business. The 36 World Kings coldly shouted. He stared at Lin Ling and said, "Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? Coward." His last words were a roar that spread throughout the entire street. He called Lin Ling a coward. He wanted to see if Lin Ling had the face to bear this infamy. How arrogant. There are so many powerhouses here, and he dares to curse Lin Ling. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. The rogue cultivators who were on Lin Ling's side also frowned. This was an agreed to fight. Although they want to help Lin Ling, it was obviously impossible. He's a coward. In my opinion, he should have handed over the spirit drifting fox flame. Cowards can't obtain treasures. As a man, he only knows how to hide behind a woman. Why should such a man learn martial arts? Trash. At this moment, Luo Lu and the others also laughed coldly. They were gloating and adding insult to injury. Of course, when they were mocking, they also quietly glanced at Lord Eighth in the distance. When they saw him smiling without saying a word, they were even more certain that Lord Eighth would not appear. As for Ancestor Dragon Granny, with Master Xia around, there was no need to fear her. As a disciple of the Resplendent Academy and a martial god genius of the myriad realms, You should set an example. Since you agreed to fight, you shouldn't refuse. Lin Ling, I'm very disappointed in you. Senior Zhang once said righteously. He was also looking for an opportunity to step on Lin Ling. In the past, when he presided over the talent assessment, Lin Ling had made him lose a large number of divine crystals. Therefore, he hated Lin Ling to the bone. Trash, coward, say something. Yuan Yin also spoke. He had finally found an opportunity to step on Lin Ling. As for White Bird, the Moonlight Swordsman, and the others, they sneered. They couldn't compare to Lin Ling, but they also wanted to see Lin Ling lose face. Senior Zhangwen, you should stop talking nonsense. Lin Ling is the last generation, and the 36 Realm Kings are the third generation. Do you think the battle between the two of them is fair? Why don't you let Lin Ling become the third generation before the agreed battle? Hearing those mocking words, the Xianxia felt very uncomfortable. It was even more uncomfortable than being scolded. She immediately retorted. When these words came out, the street also became silent. Indeed, was the battle between the last generation and the third generation fair? Coward, do you dare or not? The 36 Realm King naturally didn't want to be entangled in this topic. He took a step forward and a powerful aura erupted, suppressing Lin Ling. Last time, Lin Ling wasn't his opponent. Just this alone was enough for him to be proud in front of Lin Ling. Now, Lin Ling could either leave with the name of a coward or fight. It was hard to choose. There weren't many paths left for Lin Ling. Lin Ling, ignore them. Let's go back. Ancestor Long Granny hurriedly stood in front of Lin Ling and coldly stared at those people. The other party had Xia Run, so she couldn't reprimand the 36 Realm Kings as a senior. Haha, coward, get lost. Seeing this, Yuan Yin laughed the loudest, as if he was elated. You don't dare to fight? Fine, from now on. You have to take a detour when you see me. Now get lost. The 36 Realm King's long hair fluttered as he spoke indifferently. He glanced at Lu Yanhong as if to tell her that he had already regained face for her. Moreover, this wasn't the last time. In the future, every time he saw Lin Ling, he would bully him. Get lost. Chapter 2451. Joining forces to suppress Lin Ling. How disgraceful. The surrounding martial artists shook their heads. Lin Ling's world enchantments were very good, but unfortunately, world enchantments didn't represent one's strength. Now, they could only watch as Lin Ling rolled away. However, everyone thought that Lin Ling would roll away, but Lin Ling still didn't move. This caused the 36 World King to frown. This Lin Ling wasn't listening to him? He immediately wanted to reprimand Lin Ming. Did I agree not to fight? However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ling's indifferent voice drifted out. He agreed. The surrounding martial artists couldn't believe their ears. They had clearly seen Lin Ling's strength when he was refining the divine pill. He was at the 4th level of the World King realm. As for the 36 World Kings, they were at the 7th level of the World King realm. The two of them weren't even on the same level. Even the 36 World King was incomparably shocked. Although Lin Ling's boundary had risen, he still didn't place him in his eyes. This was because last time, Lin Ling had been inferior to him. Good. A martial god genius of Resplendent Academy should be like this. Grandmaster Xia pondered for a moment and then immediately spoke out, blocking off Lin Ling's path of retreat. He couldn't wait for Lin Ling to agree. A battle between martial god geniuses. If you want to fight, then let's have a life or death battle. Then, Grandmaster Xia made the final decision. It was clear that he wished that Lin Ling would die in this battle. A life or death battle. This is too ruthless. A massive uproar immediately spread through the streets. Ancestor Dragon Granny and Xin Yuan Gu's pupils shrank. They quickly looked towards Lin Ling, not understanding why Lin Ling would agree to this battle. The road of martial arts is to bravely move forward, constantly eliminating opponents. If I refuse this battle, then it will be detrimental to my road of martial arts. Lin Ling looked at them and shook his head. Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others smiled bitterly. If that was the case, they would not be able to stop it. In the distance, Lord Eighth nodded slightly. This Lin Ling has the valiant heart of a warrior. Can he win this battle? This question was obviously directed at Qi Yuhu. However, Qi Yuhu shook his head. He didn't have much confidence in himself, but since things had come to this, he could only wait and see. And on the entire street, countless people were looking at the 36 world kings and Lin Ling. For a time, they began to seethe with excitement. I wonder how this battle between the last generation and the third generation will end. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the voices around him. Instead, he said, "Of course, before we fight, I also want to challenge a few people. Yuan Ian Luolu, God Qian, how about a fight?" The 36 world kings were still mocking Lin Ling for overestimating himself. But as soon as they heard Lin Ling's voice, their pupils shrank. They immediately quieted down. Lin Ling was the previous champion of the assessment. His strength was terrifying. How could they be his match? "I refuse." Soon, Yuan In coldly said, "You are the champion of the assessment, and we are all inferior to you. This battle is fair, so there is no point in fighting. Then, when I fight the 36 world kings, he is the third generation and I am the last generation. Is this a fair battle?" Lin Ling opposed him with equal harshness. Hearing this, Yuan In felt as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face. He couldn't refute. "We are both martial god geniuses of the Resplendent Academy. If we don't even dare to fight, then how can we talk about martial arts?" However, Lin Ling's aura was like an unsheathed sword, tightly pressing against him. What an arrogant youth! The surrounding people secretly nodded. When Lin Ling was silent, they thought that Lin Ling was enduring humiliation. But they didn't expect that Lin Ling wasn't enduring humiliation. Instead, he was accumulating strength to launch a fatal counterattack. "Luo Lu, God Qian, weren't you very talkative before? Now let's fight." Lin Ling's expression was cold as he spoke again. "Ha!" Luo Lu and the others also took a step back. Many people shook their heads in disdain. These people were really spineless. "Whitebird, Moonlight Swordsman, I know that you're also unhappy with me. Then, I will also give you a chance to fight. Come." Lin Ling looked at Whitebird and the others. Unfortunately, they gritted their teeth and lowered their heads. "Cowards." Lin Ling returned what they had said to him with interest. "Cowards." The entire street was filled with Lin Ling's domineering voice, causing countless echoes. Seeing this, Ancestor Dragon and the others laughed. Although Lin Ling wasn't as good as the third generation, in the last generation, who else could be better than him? Seeing Lin Ling rise again and suppress the people on his side, the 36 Realm King's eyes were cold. He wanted to reprimand Lin Ling, but at this time, Lin Ling's voice floated out. 36 Realm King, I know that you want to kill me, but you don't have to rush. Before that, let me fight these people. Moreover, they can join forces." His meaning was clear. If you wanted to fight, fine, but Lin Ling wants to fight Luo Lu and the others first. Most importantly, Luo Lu and the others could join forces. Join forces? I don't care. When Luo Lu and the others heard this, it was as if they had been humiliated. They raised their heads and shouted angrily. They were from the same batch of martial god geniuses, but if they had to join forces to fight Lin Ling, then even if they won, others would laugh at them. Fight! However, the 36 Realm King forced them to fight. He said indifferently, "Don't worry. With me here, he can't touch you. Moreover, he can't win against you." At this critical moment, Senior Brother 36 Realm King must protect us. Yuan and was still worried, but as he saw the 36 Realm King nod his head, he finally relaxed. "Good, I will fight. Lin Ling, I originally disdained joining forces with you, but I can't stand your arrogance." Luo Lu, Great Divinity Qian, and the others also nodded. In truth, they were all at the 5th level of the World King realm. If they joined forces, they should be able to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about their confidence at all. He looked at Whitebird and said, "Whitebird, what about you? If you don't dare, then call yourselves cowards, and I will spare your lives. Of course, from now on, if you see me, make a detour. Lin Ling, don't go too far. I will accompany you." White Bird was a genius of the heavenly court. How could he suffer such humiliation? Thus, he also participated in this battle. As for the Moonlight Swordsman, he was constantly hesitating. In truth, if it weren't for his master reminding him not to provoke Lin Ling, he really would have fought. But he had to listen to his master's words. And his master was one of the 10 great sword immortals of the Azure province. He had heard the suggestion of another sword immortal, so he had told him not to provoke Lin Ling. As for the other sword immortal, he was the master of the Falling Flower, Flowing Water Sword. I'm a coward. The Moonlight Swordsman lowered his head. Although he had to follow his master's instructions, the Moonlight Swordsman still felt that he had lost all face by calling himself coward. He couldn't raise his head anymore. You really are a coward. If you had fought, then there would have been no first place in our batch of martial god geniuses. Unfortunately, you are afraid, White Bird disdainfully said, and then flew into the sky. The Moonlight Swordsman tightly gripped his sword, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. If he had fought, then perhaps this would have been his most dazzling moment. Unfortunately, he didn't fight. Then, as he watched Luo Lu and the others fly into the sky, he felt regret in his heart. He shouldn't have listened to his master's words. Lin Ling, get up here. Let's see how strong you are as first place. Chapter 2452. Catch them all in one fell swoop. These 4 people were Luo Lu, God Qian, White Bird, and Yuanian. On the ground, everyone raised their heads with a solemn expression. Although Lin Ling was first in the assessment, he had to fight 4 people at once, and none of them were easy to deal with. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to win. This arrogant guy, I don't know why he made such a decision. In the crowd, Blue Enchantress, Yu Ling Long, and the other martial god geniuses who took the assessment together frowned, because they knew that during this period of time, White Bird and the rest's strength had greatly increased. Then, they looked at Lin Ling, only to find that Lin Ling's expression was very calm. Under the worries of Xian Yuangu'er and the rest, he walked towards the sky step by step. The entire process was as calm as an ancient well, as unmoving as a mountain. They had no choice but to be convinced by such courage. But this is a battle of life and death. Then, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. Nonsense. Do you think we're free? Luo Lu and the rest immediately shouted in anger. They were high and mighty, like gods descending to the mortal world. At this moment, they were whispering, discussing how to kill Lin Ling. This caused their confidence to grow stronger and stronger. Lin Ling smiled and continued to walk forward. In fact, he had long wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Therefore, he had invited these people to fight and pretended to be weak in order to make them fall into a trap. Lin Ling, the former first in 2 assessments, powerful, very powerful. Unfortunately, you're going to die here today. When Lin Ling appeared in the sky, Luo Lu immediately clapped his hands as if he was praising Lin Ling. However, before he could finish speaking, White Bird had already attacked. They had obviously discussed a plan to kill Lin Ling with the momentum of a storm. White Bird whirled. There was a deafening sound of birds chirping, and the white birds turned into humans. Countless white birds flew in the sky, extremely beautiful, but it caused many people's expressions to change drastically, because those white birds were suppressing the terrifying power of the world's essence, and upon contact, they would explode. These white birds could even easily destroy a world. How despicable! Many people immediately cursed. It was one thing to join forces, but to launch a sneak attack? The title of martial god genius had been completely lost by them. The winner dies, and the loser is a bandit. What sneak attack is this? In the sky, Yuan Yin seemed to have heard someone's dissatisfaction. He smiled faintly and attacked as well. However, Great God Qian was even faster than him. The majestic flames transformed into an arrow and shot out with devastating force. 50% of his world essence erupted. Furthermore, this was no longer the power of an entire world. Instead, it was the power born from his Dantian's world spirit. It was extremely powerful. This sword strike could obliterate any fifth-stage world king. It was because he condensed all of his realm essence, going all out. Shaju, boom, boom. Luo Lu took advantage of his victory to pursue and attack. He unleashed his ultimate skill, which was an advanced second-grade martial art. Dark clouds covered the sky as a terrifying sandstorm arrived, engulfing everything. The warriors on the ground exclaimed in surprise. He was indeed worthy of being the strongest genius in the assessment. His strength was terrifying. Haha, Linling died. As Ian attacked, he let out a ferocious roar. Linling shouldn't have thought that they would suddenly attack. The current Linling wouldn't be able to react in time. Not bad, not bad. On the ground, Grandmaster Xia, Lu Yanhong, and even the 36 World Kings sneered. Linling, how arrogant. Let's see how arrogant you can be. Now, you should be regretting it. They could already imagine how Linling would be torn to shreds. But would the result be like this? The answer was obviously no. Boom, boom. Turbulent power erupted, causing the sky to explode. It was as if the world was collapsing. But at this time, a mysterious aura also filled the air. It was like a god, like a demon. Among the countless white birds, a figure fearlessly rushed forward. He was constantly pushed back by the countless white birds, but that figure still bravely rushed forward. It was Linling. His speed was very fast. Even if he was injured, he still wanted to rush forward. He was getting closer and closer to the white bird. The most terrifying thing was that Linling actually found the true body of the white bird among the tens of thousands of white birds. With a single punch, he punched out with devastating force. What? The white bird's eyes widened. Linling was actually risking his life. Boom! The punch hit the gorgeous white bird flying in the sky, causing countless people to gulp. They didn't know what had happened. There's no power of realm essence. That punch shouldn't have much lethality. Someone muttered, "Ka ka ka." But at this time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The flying white bird's bones were broken inch by inch, and it turned back into the white bird's original appearance. The crowd on the street exploded. That punch was actually so powerful. The white bird also didn't expect Linling's punch to be so terrifying, but he had already lost the power to fight. The strongest genius in the past assessment seemed to be unable to withstand a single blow. Linling appeared in front of him and said softly. Then he punched out again. It was as if his punch could break through 10,000 worlds. What? You? Everyone heard the white bird's panicked voice. It was extremely panicked. Many people even want to know why the white bird was panicking. What exactly was he trying to say? But it was all too late. Linling killed the white bird with a single punch. How terrifying was his current godly devil body? It had already reached the mystic body level. He probably didn't even need to use 30% of his strength to kill the white bird. The terrifying fist was like the fist of a godly devil. It had already appeared in front of the white bird's eyes. At this moment, he was extremely regretful, because what Linling said to him before was very simple. The Demon Guardian Master was killed by me. The Demon Guardian Master was the third generation of the Resplendent Academy. His strength was comparable to the 36 World Kings. But now he was killed by Linling. This meant that Linling's strength was stronger than the 36 World Kings. Therefore, he knew that he had been tricked. He didn't expect Linling to surpass him so much in such a short period of time. Moreover, everyone had been tricked. Linling wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop. He had wanted to say this before, but unfortunately, he didn't say it in the end. Boom! That punch directly exploded him. Countless feathers fell from the sky, causing the faces of the people on the street to turn solemn. The strongest genius in the previous assessment had died in front of their eyes. The white bird is dead. Yuan Yan's face was filled with fear. Killing the white bird with a single punch was clearly beyond his imagination. Why are you afraid of him? He's risking his life. However, Great God Qian's voice soon drifted out, causing Yuan Yan to be shocked. This was because he also saw that Linling was riddled with wounds. Indeed, Linling was risking his life. Therefore, they still had a chance. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but become excited. Sacrificing the white bird to kill Lin Ling was not bad at all. As for Great God Qian and Luo Lu, it was the same. Lin Ling was a great enemy of their commandery. It was very suitable for them to kill Lin Ling. Moreover, after returning to their commandery, they would become heroes of their commandery. After all, many of the geniuses of the two commanderies had died in the hands of Lin Ling. They had ended the legend of Lin Ling. Chapter 2453. It will be better to die than admit defeat. Great God Qian. Facing Great God Qian, who he was not familiar with, Lin Ling's anger erupted like a volcano. It was because of Great God Qian and Luo Li's arrest warrant that Sun Yin'er had died in the Rising Sun boundary. Hence, he wanted to kill these two people the most. Hence, he had set a trap for these two people to jump into. He would not let them live past today. Rumble. The raging flames turned into an arrow and shot towards Lin Ling. It was Great God Qian's fatal attack. Lin Ling, Xian Yuan Gu, and the rest were secretly worried for Lin Ling. Lin Ling had suffered from Whitebird's fatal attack, and now he had to face the flame arrow. It would be difficult for Lin Ling to face it. That is Tating Prefecture's sun arrow. Although Great God Qian did not use the essence of it, it should not be underestimated. In the crowd, some ancient martial art practitioners mumbled, "Boom!" That arrow was indeed terrifying as it pierced through Lin Ling's body. The street instantly fell silent. As for Great God Qian and the other two people in the sky, they were stunned. Then they laughed maniacally because Lin Ling was dead. "You are too inexperienced to play with fire. Have you forgotten that I have an awakened divine body?" However, in the next moment, a figure was reborn from the flames. Although he still looked injured, his aura was still majestic. If it was not Lin Ling, who else could it be? He shot towards Great God Qian like a shooting star, causing the smile on Great God Qian's face to freeze as his eyes widened. That's right. He had forgotten that Lin Ling had an awakened divine body. Moreover, it was a flame that was stronger than his fire talent. He had used fire to attack Lin Ling, but what was the effect? It could not even compare to Whitebird's attack. Sun Yin'er died because of you. Even if you turn into ashes, I will not let you off. Lin Ling's voice was filled with boundless anger. It turned into a terrifying punch and landed in front of Great God Qian. Lin Ling, wait. Great God Qian's face was pale. Just like Whitebird, he was filled with endless regret. Boom. Regret couldn't change anything. They thought that they could kill Lin Ling together, but they didn't know that if Lin Ling wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Boom. Boom. Just as Great God Qian died, a sandstorm surged from the sky. It was as if it came from the chaos of the universe, enveloping Lin Ling from every angle. As for Lin Ling, he was instantly enveloped. There was no way to block it, no way to defend against it. This time, he should be dead. Yuan Yin knew that the sandstorm was Luo Li's attack. It should be able to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling could block the attack of one genius, but what about 2 or 3? He turned his head to look and immediately discovered that Luo Li's face was extremely pale. He was actually flying off into the distance. He was running away. Luo Li didn't seem to be very confident in himself. Boom. As expected, the sandstorm immediately exploded. A figure shot towards Luo Li like a killing god. It was Lin Ling. Run. Run to the ends of the earth. You will die. Lin Ling's cold voice rang in Luo Li's ears, causing his body to tremble violently. In fact, he had run away previously because he suddenly remembered that Lin Ling had an awakened divine body. He could protect himself with divine light, and his defense was extremely terrifying. Therefore, he didn't think that he could kill Lin Ling. Let's sit down and talk. I admit that I was wrong. I hope that you will give me a chance. Luo Li said in a panic as he flew. You don't have any chance. Sun Yin'er is dead. Even if the Lord of the Commandery comes, he won't be able to protect you. No one in this world can protect you. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was overflowing with killing intent. He was domineering. For Sun Yin'er, who had called a master. Therefore, Lin Ling would eliminate whoever came to save Luo Lu. If the commandery dared to come, he would eliminate the commandery. When Luo Lu heard Lin Ling's ruthless words, his face turned even paler. At this moment, his heart was dead. What an arrogant young man. On the street, many people cried out in surprise. Lin Ling was determined to kill. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. Boom. And that was indeed the case. Luo Lu was killed by Lin Ling. Among the 4 strongest geniuses, only the weakest, Yuan Yin, was left. This man from the Yuan mansion was dumbfounded. He stood motionless in the sky. He recalled his previous encounter with Lin Ling at the inn. At that time, Lin Ling had humiliated him. During the assessment, Lin Ling had defeated him again. He was not reconciled. He wanted to trample on Lin Ling. Unfortunately, he now knew that he could not afford to offend Lin Ling. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in front of Yuan Yin. He looked at Yuan Yin like a god of death. Yuan Yin quickly looked down at the ground. His eyes fell on the 36 world kings because the latter had promised to protect him. However, the 36 world kings did not move. They stood on the ground like heroes of a generation. Their indifferent eyes were like water in an ancient well. This made Yuan Yin feel as if his heart had been struck by lightning. There is no need to look. You are only here to test my strength. To put it bluntly, you are men of sacrifice. Lin Ling directly said the truth. The 4 of them were indeed men of sacrifice. They were here to test Lin Ling's strength. Lin Ling, I admit defeat. Yuan Yin realized this and immediately felt very sad. What was ridiculous was that he had spoken up for the 36 world kings and called Lin Ling a coward. He had obviously helped the wrong person. I admit defeat. Everyone has heard it. Yuan Yin anxiously shouted at the ground. Then, he flew towards the ground. Admit defeat? Is there anyone who admits defeat in this battle, worthy of being called a coward? However, the martial artist on the ground sneered again and again. This made Yuan Yin's expression extremely awkward. However, the ground was getting closer and closer to his eyes. He seemed to be able to survive. Unfortunately, this was just wishful thinking. The 4 of them had joined forces to kill Lin Ling. They had even launched a sneak attack. Now that they were about to fail, did they really think that they could get away with it just because they admitted defeat? Lin Ling was not that stupid. Just as Yuan Yin's foot was about to touch the ground, a palm seemed to come from the void and suddenly grasped his neck. Yuan Yin was only 1 step away from the ground. Unfortunately, this short step was very far away. Moreover, the door to life had already closed, leaving him with the door to hell. Admit defeat? Better die. He heard the last words of his life. The next moment, his head exploded. Admit defeat? Better die. That sentence was also on the ground. It floated out majestically, causing all the nearby streets to be silent. The 4 of them joined forces to fight Lin Ling. However, in less than half an hour, they were all wiped out. Lin Ling's methods could be said to be the momentum of a storm. From his point of view, it could also be said that among the martial gods in this world, Lin Ling was invincible. Far away on the street, the moonlight swordsman sat on the ground with a plop. His face was very pale. It was the kind of paleness that came from surviving a disaster. Previously, he regretted not joining the battle. Now, he was glad that he did not join the battle, because if he had joined the battle, the moonlight swordsman would have been among the dead. Master, you're right. The moonlight swordsman muttered to himself. Then, he looked at Falling Flower's flowing water sword. At this moment, he kowtowed to the latter a few times, because the person who had warned his master was Falling Flower's flowing water sword's master. Chapter 2454. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Up until now, his master and Falling Flower Flowing Sword's master had been Qing Province's 10 great sword immortals. Thus, he had constantly bullied Falling Flower Flowing Sword. But at this moment, he suddenly felt admiration for the latter, and that gaze was naturally noticed by Falling Flower Flowing Sword. He faintly smiled and suddenly felt a sense of pride in his heart. This was because all of this was brought about by Lord Lin Ling. His gaze was filled with worship as he stared at Lin Ling. In fact, the entire street was staring at Lin Ling. Even Blue Enchantress's eyes were filled with worship. Pa pa pa. But at this time, the crisp sound of a slap suddenly rang out. Not bad at all. No wonder you're so much more powerful than them. Now it's our turn to fight. 36 World King walked out, his face full of smiles and confidence. Come up. Lin Ling also smiled and stepped into the sky. At this moment, his blue robe was as mysterious as the clouds in the sky. 36 World King's eyes immediately flashed. Lin Ling had fought before, yet he was still so confident. He simply didn't know that death was at hand. He sneered and said, "Who told you to be faster than me?" The earth suddenly shook. Vines rushed into the sky as if they were carrying a king. They carried 36 World King towards the sky and arrived a step faster than Lin Ling. He clearly didn't want to be weaker than Lin Ling in terms of momentum. Most importantly, he believed that Lin Ling was already a dead man. You fought to the death before and were riddled with scars. I don't know where you get the confidence to fight again. 36 World King indifferently said as he stood on the vines. He could also see that Lin Ling's strength had increased a lot. That was why he was able to kill those four. Using other people's lives to test me. You are very hypocritical. Lin Ling also appeared in the sky at this moment and slowly drew his sword. The winner dies, and the loser is a bandit. This principle applies everywhere. Therefore, not only did I use them to test you, I also used them to exhaust you. Now that you are seriously injured, I don't know how you can win. 36 Realm King extended his left hand and made an inviting gesture. Of course, even if you were at your peak, you still wouldn't be able to defeat me. Green Sumeru Devil Thunder. Rumble. Following his voice, countless vines rose from the ground and swayed upwards. Green lightning twined around the sky, terrifying to the extreme. On the ground below, the expressions of everyone changed drastically. 36 World Kings were the world lords that controlled 36 great worlds. They were young, but their strength had reached an unfathomable level. As for Lin Ming, his strength was at the 7th stage of the World King realm. Although his talent was inferior to Lin Ling's, his boundary made up for the disparity in talent. Moreover, Lin Ling seemed to be seriously injured. It was even harder for him to win. Perhaps the 36 Realm Kings were afraid of Lin Ling's divine light protecting his body, so they sent Whitebird and the others to exhaust Lin Ling. It had to be said that the 36 Realm Kings were truly despicable. Unfortunately, at this time, no matter how despicable they were, who could stop them? On the ground, Grandmaster Xia and Lu Yanhong's eyes flashed with a cold light. When Lin Ling had killed 4 people, they hadn't cared at all. This was because they knew that this was the most critical battle. Lin Ling was absolutely not a match for the 36 Realm Kings. Even 8th Baron, Ancestor Dragon Granny, and the others believed this. Their eyes were filled with worry, helplessness, and disappointment. Of course, if they knew what Lin Ling was doing at Rising Sun World, they wouldn't think this way. Lin Ling, in truth, how many of my moves do you think you can block? In this moment of absolute silence, the 36 Realm Kings laughed out loud. This was an insolent laughter. One sword, his long hair danced in the wind. Lin Ling lightly spat out these words, causing everyone's pupils to tremble. One sword? Lin Ling was still as confident as before. Ah, with just you? The 36 Realm Kings laughed even louder. At the same time, the vines beneath his feet shot towards Lin Ling like countless tentacles, a massive amount of monster thunder wreaking havoc within. I know that you have a divine light protecting your body, but this sort of advantage only applies to martial artists at the same boundary who are weaker than you. Against me, it's useless. I want to see just how many of my moves your divine light can block. Pop, pop, pop. With this sound, countless vines pierced through the skies like lightning, their momentum terrifying. Lin Ling, my lord. On the ground below, Xin Yuan and the others couldn't hold back any longer. They loudly shouted out. In fact, falling flowers, flowing water sword, and the others wished they could rush into the skies and help Lin Ling. With 8th Baron here, I want to see just who dares to stop this battle. But just as they were about to move, Grandmaster Xia angrily shouted out. He actually brought out 8th Baron. Like this, Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others couldn't do anything. Lin Ling is only at the 4th level of the World King realm. He won't be able to block this. The people on the streets secretly sighed. They could already see Lin Ling being torn to shreds. Even the red jade tiger's eyes flashed. He almost couldn't help but rush into the skies. But this time, 8th Baron's eyes brightened. He stopped him and solemnly said, "Wait a moment. Things seem to have changed." At this time, the skies seemed to turn into a world of monster thunder. Vines crisscrossed the skies, blocking out the world. But soon, a sword appeared in a dazzling light. It was like a sword god had descended, cutting down all. Before, Lin Ling had only used his divinity and demon body. But now, he had finally used his sword. Moreover, he erupted with 80% of his strength. Shua! The sword shot out like water, dazzling and dazzling. The thunder was cut apart. The vines were cut apart, causing the streets to fall into a deathly silence. Many people even saw that blue-robed youth seem to be dancing in the skies. That ancient sword could be said to be vast and mighty, filled with the might of tiger. How is this possible? Grandmaster Xia was shocked, his heart pounding. This was too strange. Lin Ling was only at the 4th stage of the World King realm. It was impossible for him to block the attack of a 7th stage World King. Even the 36 World King's eyes widened. He shook his head, as if he had seen the most terrifying thing in his life. This was because, if he didn't remember wrong, Lin Ling hadn't been so calm when facing this attack last time. Unfortunately, even if he shook his head, he still couldn't change reality. 36 World King, are you surprised? Last time, you were so overbearing and magnificent, fighting me to a standstill. But now, have you not discovered that your attacks have become much weaker? On the other side, Lin Ling slowly walked forwards. His sword was extremely sharp, constantly cutting apart the vines. And at this time, the power of world essence gushed out from his 2 dantians, sweeping away everything in its path. This was because this power of world essence had already reached the strength of the 7th stage of the World King realm. Moreover, the Tyrant Song sword had reached the 9th grade, increasing his world essence by 90%. This meant that Lin Ling's world essence strength had nearly reached the 8th stage of the World King realm, in addition to the divine light protecting his body. To put it bluntly, to him, the 36 World Kings were nothing more than ants. He could step on them however he wanted to. The river flows east for 30 years and then west for 30 years. Have you ever thought that you would have such a day? The entire sky was filled with Lin Ling's indifferent voice. It was like thunder crashing into everyone's hearts. Xian Yuan Gu, and the others all gripped their fists in excitement. Chapter 2455. A sword breaks, thunder in the past. Lin Ling had been bitterly battling the 36 World Kings. But today, it seemed as if the Lin Ling was already suppressing them. Time changed everything, especially for monstrous geniuses. Wherever they fell, they would stand up from there. In particular, Lin Ling, who had been hunted down by assassins at Rising Sun World, had undergone a metamorphosis. This moment belonged to him. Bang! All of the vines and thunder in the sky were chopped to pieces by the sword, as weak as tofu. As for the 36 World King, his complexion was extremely pale. The changes in this battle had far surpassed his imagination. He simply couldn't understand how Lin Ling, who had been weak a moment ago, had become so powerful now. How did his defeated opponent in the past become so mysterious today? Thunder drawing art. He roared, causing winds and clouds to gather in the skies. Dark clouds gathered and millions of demonic thunders condensed. The last time Lin Ling faced this move, he wouldn't have been able to win unless he erupted with the space-time divine steel. Would it be the same this time? Lin Ling, don't point fingers at me. Die for me. The 36-world king angrily roared towards the heavens. He was like the finger of a god, ruthlessly pointing at Lin Ling. In the skies, millions of thunderbolts condensed, turning into the lightning of thunder punishment that came crashing down. Seeing this, the entire street fell silent. They could see that the 36-world king had erupted with his strongest ultimate skill. This was because this was already a third-grade world origin martial art. Very good, very good. To be able to make me erupt with 90% of my strength. 36-world king. Even if you die, it will be a glorious death. But just as everyone thought that Lin Ling would use his full strength, an indifferent voice floated through the skies, causing countless people to gulp. When had they ever seen such a proud last generation? Let it be strong. A cool breeze brushed past the hills. So what if you were a third generation? You are arrogant and overbearing, but I am even more arrogant and overbearing. I despise you. Die. The 36-world king's voice was laced with madness. He didn't believe that Lin Ling was so fierce. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't speak. He sneered, holding the ancient sword horizontally. No one could see through his sword. It was as if his sword was pointing into the distance. But at this moment, a huge Xian character appeared. Like a sword array, it shot towards the lightning in the sky to destroy it. With his current strength, he really didn't have to worry much when facing the lightning draw technique. The reason why Lin Ling hadn't killed the 36 realm kings at the start was because he wanted to catch them all in one fell swoop. Secondly, he wanted to let the 36 world kings know of this enormous contrast. Rumble. The word Xian was dazzling and brilliant. There was nothing it could not destroy, and the sword cut through the heavens. The huge demonic thunderbolts that were falling from the sky were constantly being cut and chopped apart. Under the immense power of the sword, they were completely destroyed. In the end, the demonic lightning was completely destroyed. The dark clouds dispersed, revealing the blue sky. In the sky, the blue-robed young man was floating there, still holding his sword with a faint smile on his face, causing the earth to become even more silent. This was the strongest attack of the 36 world kings. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would be able to block it, but he would have to expend all of his strength. But now it seemed that this was far too simple. Breaking the lightning with a single sword, is this fellow invincible? The 36 world king stood there, shivering. His confidence had been completely destroyed by Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he slowly walked through the skies towards the 36 world king. His pace wasn't fast, but every step seemed to step on the 36 world king's heart. It was as if the world spirit in his dantian had been stepped on, causing him to feel fear. This was also the first time in his life that he feared a last-generation king. If it were before, this would have been impossible. This was because there had never been a third-generation king that feared a last-generation king. But now, he felt that this wasn't a last-generation king, but a third-generation king. How do you feel about this enormous contrast? Lin Ling said as he walked. His words were calm, but the 36 world king felt a great humiliation. This enormous contrast made him feel as if he had fallen into hell. You've lost. As if he knew that the 36 world king had nothing more to say, Lin Ling condensed all of the world essence in his dantian, forming an extremely powerful sword that slashed out like a meteor. Shua! This sword pierced through the 36 world king's body, causing him to tremble in the skies. Before you die, let me tell you something. The Demon Guardian Master has already been killed by me. Lin Ling stood behind the 36 world king and slowly put the Tyrant Song's sword back on his back. The Demon Guardian Master is dead. You can kill him? Could this entire challenge have been a trap? Or were you waiting for me to challenge you? The 36 world king's complexion paled. He spat out these words with great difficulty. He suddenly understood. He understood everything. Lin Ling's strength had long since surpassed his. Before, he had only been waiting for him to jump into the trap. Lin Ling, how much strength did you erupt with to kill me? 90%. In truth, I could have killed you last time. I only needed to erupt with my full strength. Lin Ling began to walk towards the ground, causing the 36 World King's pupils to fiercely tremble. Lin Ling had killed him and still hadn't used his full strength. Was he really that weak to Lin Ling? Ka. Finally, with a wry smile on his face, cracks appeared all over his body before he finally exploded. Countless bolts of monster thunder shot out, finally disappearing into the skies. Radiant Academy's third-generation 36 World King had been defeated. Moreover, anyone could see that he had been completely crushed. There had been no hope of victory throughout the entire process. Even when the strongest divine thunder descended, Lin Ling had broken it apart with a single sword strike. This massive contrast left everyone on the street feeling as if it were unreal. In particular, those martial artists who had personally witnessed the battle between the two felt that it was even more unreal. Everyone who had challenged Lin Ling had been killed. He's dead. The 36 World King is truly trash. Grandmaster Xia and Lu Yanhong's lungs were about to explode from anger. They had been looking forward to this outcome, but this was the result they had received. How infuriating! Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at them with a mocking gaze. Then, she stared at the youth walking down and said in a dignified voice, "His strength can be ranked in the third generation." As these words fell, falling flour and flowing water felt their hearts shake. Lin Ling had passed the examination with them, and now they were still striving for the status of being the last generation. But Lin Ling had actually entered the third generation. What a freak! Just how did this fellow cultivate? At this speed, I fear it won't be difficult for him to enter Three Ring City. They spoke out one after another. Even a Moonlight swordsman joined in. The current him had no choice but to accept this result. How strange. He is clearly at the fourth stage of the World King realm, but he can erupt with the strength of a seventh-stage world essence. Just what sort of arcane skill did he cultivate to increase his strength? How come I've never heard of this arcane skill before? Could it be the pre-celestial sovereign essence art? But that arcane skill can only increase one's strength by 2 boundaries. Even Lord 8 and Red Jade Tiger whispered to each other. At this time, they also felt that they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Then, as Lin Ling landed on the street, they couldn't help but laugh. And all around the street, a massive amount of cheers sounded out. He is truly worthy of being a martial god genius of Radiant Academy. His strength in jumping ranks to challenge others can be called heaven-defying. Chapter 2456. Strength Breakthrough. Little friend Lin, as long as your rainforest market is open, I won't come here to buy things. Those rogue cultivators said politely. Lin Ling's barrier was powerful and he was strong. They naturally wanted to build a relationship with such a junior. As for the last generation candidates, their eyes were filled with worship. They took Lin Ling as their role model and looked forward to the future. Rainforest Market, not only did it not close down, it used this opportunity to rise up. I'm so angry. The other market owners' faces were dark, as if they had eaten flies. They left with their tails between their legs. Of course, Master Xia and the others were the same. They disappeared without a trace like stray dogs. Thank you for everyone's support. Today, all the treasures in the Rainforest Market are 20% off. After Lin Ling rested for a while, he immediately looked at the crowd and smiled. He was very polite. In business, harmony was the most important thing. Lin Ling naturally knew this. Let's go to your market to take a look. The surrounding cultivators did not expect Lin Ling to be so amiable. After all, he had defeated 3 generations. Lin Ling should be very arrogant, so they immediately smiled and replied, Come. Everything is 20% off. Gong Yangjiang took the opportunity to promote and led the crowd into the market. Looking at the excited crowd, the Xian Yuan Gu and the others laughed. They looked at Lin Ling. As expected of their shopkeeper, no matter what kind of storm or wave, with him around, they could cross it. Even Ancestor Dragon Granny was secretly admiring him. Lin Ling, come here. However, at this time, the Red Jade Tiger let out a laugh, causing Lin Ling to quickly walk over. If not for this marshal helping him today, even if he, Lin Ling, won, it would have been a lot of twists and turns. When he arrived in front of the red jade tiger, Lin Ling immediately bowed. Haha, you're really a guy who won't act until he sees a rabbit. The last time you saw me, you had a lazy attitude. Now, you're acting like a shadow. As expected, if I don't help you once, you won't treat me as one of your own. Seeing this, Chiyuhu scolded with a smile. Hee, your excellency has spoken too much. Moreover, if your excellency does not help me, then you're not my excellency. Lin Ling said with a fake smile. Red Jade Tiger immediately rolled his eyes. As expected, Lin Ling was only willing to call him Lord when there were benefits. This is Lord Eighth. Then, Chiyuhu introduced the middle-aged man beside him. Lin Ling had been paying attention to this person for a long time. At this moment, he immediately bowed. He was sure that this middle-aged man's lifespan was even longer than Li Xiaoyao's. He was an ancient character. No need to be so courteous. Lin Ling, you're very good. I didn't come here in vain today. Lord Eighth was very polite to Lin Ling, without the slightest bit of arrogance. Of course, Lin Ling knew that this was a relationship brought about by his strength. Without strength, such an expert wouldn't even look at him. You just entered the Resplendent Academy, but you already have the strength of a third generation. TSK. With this speed, you're the first in the 6 barracks. I have high hopes for you. Lord Eighth continued. As long as the Academy recognizes you as a third generation, you can also enter the Second Ring City. The world there is even more exciting, and it's very suitable for a shocking, monstrous genius like you. Thank you for the praise, Your Excellency, Lin Ling said perfunctorily. In fact, he wasn't just a third generation, he was also one of the top 3 experts of the third generation. Of course, he wasn't someone who liked to take credit, so he was too lazy to say it out loud. By the way, in a year's time, I hope you can participate in the battle on the drill ground of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Lord Eight smiled again and said, Your current strength is not bad, but don't be complacent. There will always be someone better than you. This subordinate understands. Lin Ling naturally understood this point. Not to mention other things, just my commandery and Grand Court commandery were eyeing covetously. Lin Ling had no choice but to be careful of those assassins. As for the battle on the drill ground of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, he wasn't very interested. However, Red Jade Tiger had helped him, so he would definitely agree on the surface. The autumn wind is bleak and the flood is surging. The journey of the sun and the moon. If you can come out, all right, goodbye. Lord Eighth smiled boldly and didn't say much. He left with Red Jade Tiger, and the latter secretly transmitted a message to Lin Ling that Lord Eighth approved of Lin Ling receiving the martial seal. This made Lin Ling realize that Lord Eighth had come here today to investigate him. However, Lin Ling wasn't very interested in the martial seal. After that, Lin Ling returned to his market square. The market square was packed with customers. When those cultivators saw Lin Ling, they all greeted him politely and asked Lin Ling to refine Heaven Stage God cleansing pills. Lin Ling, I've already recorded all the customers who need to refine Heaven Stage God cleansing pills. They will provide the materials and pay more than half of the divine crystals. Gong Yangjiang said excitedly. Moreover, we've set up a membership system. Cultivators who often come to the market square to buy treasures will receive a 20% discount and have the priority to refine God cleansing pills. You're not good at martial arts, but you're very interested in doing this. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. It was very suitable for Gong Yangjiang to manage the market square. Next, Gong Yangjiang called Lin Ling and the others over to another secret room. Then, they divided the gains from Red Market Square. At this moment, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others were undoubtedly excited. These gains were extremely valuable. Lin Ling, as the leader, received 1,000,000 divine crystals. These were the profits of this period. Although it wasn't much, if the business was better in the future, then it would provide Lin Ling with an endless supply of cultivation resources. At night, the market square gradually quieted down. Lin Ling was teaching Xianxia how to refine heaven-stage God cleansing pills. Moreover, he had the God cleansing pills that he had previously refined for the latter to consume. After all, only when Xianxuan's talent reached the level of an awakened divine body could he refine heaven-stage divine pills. Seeing that Xianxua was refining the divine pills, Lin Ling also left. He had obtained a wisp of spiritual fox flame, which was enough for his fire attribute talent to increase again. As for his divine devil body, it had yet to reach the level of an awakened divine body. It was still a Xian body. However, after entering the academy, there should be a way to increase it. Following this, he used all the treasures he obtained from this adventure, as well as the divine crystals he obtained from the market square, to increase his cultivation. Moreover, during this time, he also stayed in the market square to guide everyone's cultivation. Half a year quietly passed. Lin Ling naturally reached the 5th level of the World King realm. As for his second dantian, it didn't increase by much, but, according to his evaluation, amongst the 3rd-generation martial artists, there were very few that could match him. And on this day, Lin Ling called out to everyone and headed towards Radiant Academy. Lin Ling could already become a 3rd-generation martial artist. He only needed to obtain the approval of the academy. As for Xianxua and the others, they could become the last-generation martial artist. The group of people happily arrived at Radiant Academy. Ancestor Dragon Granny was already waiting there, smiling as she looked at these juniors. It had to be said that as she saw these juniors crazily grow, she felt a deep sense of accomplishment. In particular, after seeing Lin Ling, her pupils shrank. This freak had made another breakthrough. Could it be that his cultivation didn't have any bottlenecks? Seeing this, Lin Ling wryly smiled and shook his head. He asked, "Senior Dragon, have you and the others returned?" Chapter 2457. Dandelion Hall, Sword Dao Department. They haven't returned yet, but I heard that they'll definitely return for the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's drill ground battle. They're monstrous geniuses just like you. Of course, they didn't spend as much time as you did. Ancestor Long Pa explained. She suddenly realized that everyone who followed Lin Ling cultivated very quickly. Could this be what they meant by when a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs follow him to heaven? Then Ancestor Long Pa led Lin Ling and the others into the Resplendent Academy. At this moment, everyone was excited. Even Lin Ling was looking forward to it. The Resplendent Academy was one of the 3 pillars of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Throughout history, these 3 academies had given birth to countless experts. They were the pillars of the martial god world. And now, among so many geniuses in the myriad of worlds, they were qualified to enter this place. After entering the academy, everyone realized that this place was extremely grand. There were mountains and seas, so vast that they couldn't see the end of it. Among the layers of buildings, there was an aura that could crush one's soul. This was the Resplendent Academy. Stepping on the seemingly endless stairs, an indescribable feeling floated in their hearts. It was as if they had arrived at the core of the universe. This is the Resplendent Academy. After a long time, Ancestor Long Pa stopped and smiled. Lin Ling and the others looked up and saw a bright light in the sky. It was extremely dazzling, but what was surprising was that the light was only dazzling but not blinding. Moreover, the light was even more dazzling than the sun. It couldn't be seen from afar and could only be seen in the academy. This showed that the light was extraordinary. The first ray of light in the universe. Lin Ling was shocked and muttered to himself. Hearing this, Xianxua and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. The first ray of light? This was the ancestor of light. I didn't expect the Resplendent Academy to have the first ray of light. It's really extraordinary. It seems like the name Resplendent Academy came from this light. Inside Lin Ling's body, Queen Xianxia was also surprised because this was her first time coming to this ancient academy. Be careful. This place isn't simple. Don't expose yourself. However, Lin Ling immediately said solemnly, He sensed that many gazes in this magnificent academy were looking over. The owner of those eyes must be stronger than Li Xiaoyao, so he had to be cautious. Hearing that, Qianji quickly entered her cultivation state. She did not dare to release her aura anymore. Fortunately, they were far away, so those experts did not notice anything. Lin Ling, you're quite knowledgeable. The ancestor dragon granny looked at Lin Ling and said in shock, causing Lin Ling to smile and not say anything. Greetings, master. At this moment, a woman wearing a red robe and carrying a long sword quickly walked over from afar and bowed slightly to ancestor dragon granny. My disciple, Nine Void Cicada, the second generation of Resplendent Academy. Ancestor Dragon Granny introduced. In Resplendent Academy, those exceptional talents who had aged had the qualifications to become masters and recruit disciples they admired. Greetings, ninth senior sister. Xian Yuan Gu and the others immediately bowed. Lin Ling also did the same. Moreover, he was surprised because he sensed that Nine Void Cicada had dual talents like him. One was ice and the other was wind. Her wind talent was a type of divine cicada that had reached the 3rd grade awakened divine body. As for her cultivation, she had reached the peak of the World King realm. Very strong, worthy of being a 2nd generation. Ancestor Dragon Granny also introduced Nine Void Cicada strength, causing Xian Yuan Gu and the others to be filled with awe. To them, the peak of the World King realm was an existence as far away as the horizon. Everyone, there is no need to be too afraid of me. Among the 2nd generation, I'm just a beginner. Nine Void Cicada smiled and said, just a beginner and you're already so strong. What if you're ranked in the upper middle of the 2nd generation? Falling Flowers Flowing Water felt a great pressure and lost some of his confidence for a moment. Rice must be eaten one bite at a time, and the road must be walked one step at a time. No one can soar to the heavens in a single leap. As long as your goal remains the same, there will be a day when you reach it. When you look back, you will discover that the process is also very important. Lin Ling smiled, causing the pressure on Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others to lessen. Yes, the road had to be walked one step at a time. Right now, they were biting off more than they could chew. This must be Lin Ling sure enough. Hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Hearing these words, Nine Void Cicada immediately looked at Lin Ling. It was obvious that Ancestor Dragon Granny had introduced Lin Ling to her. Now that she saw him today, she immediately felt that Lin Ling was extraordinary. After all, Lin Ling was too calm when he saw her, but others wouldn't be like this. Moreover, Falling Flowers Flowing Water and the others' confidence had been shaken. But with just a few words from Lin Ling, they had regained their confidence. This proved that Lin Ling held a great weight in their hearts. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. I was just lucky, Lin Ling also said humbly. His words made Nine Void Cicada feel that Lin Ling was easy to talk to. Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at the two of them with a smile, then said, now, I'll take Xian Yuangu and the others to take the assessment of the last generation. Lin Ling, you go to the 3rd generation. You're now a 3rd generation, and you don't need to take the assessment. Take this Jade token. It's the Jade token that was finally given to you after a discussion by the seniors of the Academy a month ago. Master, you can do that. Nine Void Cicada's expression changed slightly. She didn't know about Lin Ling's battle in the market, but she still nodded and bowed. She would take Lin Ling to the 3rd generation. Lin Ling took the Jade token from Ancestor Dragon Granny and didn't care much about it. He casually stuffed it into his clothes. Then everyone said goodbye, and Lin Ling followed Nine Void Cicada. After becoming a 3rd generation, you can walk freely in the Academy and enter the 2nd Ring City. The Academy will also give you divine crystals every month. Now, junior brother Lin, what department do you want to enter? The Academy has many martial departments, such as the Sword Principal Department, the Training Department, the Wind Department, the Thunder Department, and so on. I want to go to the Sword Principal Department first. All right, follow me. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was sure that no one in the third generation could defeat him. However, he would also use this opportunity to build a stronger foundation. The two of them crossed the mountains and soon arrived at the Dandelion Hall of the Sword Principal Department. In front of the magnificent hall, there were many people gathered in twos and threes. They were all people with extraordinary auras. Who's that? Senior Sister 9 Void Cicada. Is that your junior brother? He looks very young. He should have just been promoted to the third generation. But look, his clothes are still from the last generation, and he doesn't have a jade token. Lin Ling followed 9 Void Cicada and was a little different, so he attracted many people's attention. In Radiant Academy, different generations of disciples wore different clothes. From this, one could see that Lin Ling wasn't from the third generation. In fact, if it weren't for Ancestor Dragon Granny's reminder, 9 Void Cicada would also have thought that Lin Ling was from the last generation. There's no need to pay attention to them. 9 Void Cicada immediately said, causing Lin Ling to nod. He discovered that the youths here weren't weak at all. The worst of them were at the 7th level of the World King realm, and many of them were even stronger than the 36 World Kings. Of course, no matter how strong they were still only third generation. Chapter 2458. A single move shook the third generation. A short moment later, 9 Void Cicada stopped and said apologetically, because today is the Tao-seeking day for the third generation. We second generation can't enter, so we can only bring you here. Thank you, 9th Senior Sister. Lin Ling bowed and said. He stared at the mysterious and ancient hall in front of him with a curious look in his eyes. 9 Void Cicada waved her hand and turned around to leave. However, she hesitated for a moment before she turned around and said, if these people want to harm you, then endure it for now. Tell me later who's trying to make things difficult for you, and I'll get even with them. She seemed to be speaking to Lin Ling, but she was actually speaking to the third generation disciples in the surroundings. She was clearly threatening them. Sure enough, the expressions of the third generation disciples in the surroundings changed slightly, and they envied Lin Ling for having the support of a second generation disciple. All right, Lin Ling watched as 9 Void Cicada left, and then he sat down cross-legged. Actually, he didn't really care about the third generation disciples in the surroundings. He's really lucky. He's just entered the academy, yet he immediately has the support of a senior. I presume his background isn't weak. What kind of ability is it to rely on external forces on the path of cultivation? The last generation joining the circle of the third generation disciples is an insult to our style of cultivation. Since he's so formidable, why don't you try and humiliate him? Many people in the surroundings of the hall discussed animatedly. Some leaned against trees, some sat cross-legged, and some chatted in groups of 3 or 5. In their opinion, it was unavoidable for a newcomer to join the circle of geniuses. Actually, when they'd just become the third generation disciples in the past, they'd been bullied by the seniors. Because of that, they would definitely play tricks on a newcomer. Perhaps it was to get revenge for the humiliation they'd suffered in the past. Kid, what's your name? Sure enough, a young man with a robust figure and long hair looked at Xianxia. He seemed to be very polite, but his tone was filled with arrogance. It was as if he was the senior brother and Lin Ling was the junior brother. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and cultivated, and he replied indifferently when he heard that. Oh, then let me ask you, how did you get here? Could it be that you participated in the test of the third generation disciples? The young man asked again. The others instantly revealed expressions of interest. After all, it was a rare thing for the last generation disciple to explain. It's none of your business. However, Lin Ling did not answer. Such an answer undoubtedly caused the outside of the hall to fall silent. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant to actually answer their questions in such a way. Kid, the waters of the Resplendent Academy are very deep. You might have some background, but there are many more people here who have bigger backgrounds than you. It's better to be humble. The burly youth frowned. Thank you for the reminder. If there's nothing else, please don't talk to me. Let's just do our own things. Lin Ling looked over with a calm expression. He was naturally able to discern that the third-generation descendants in the surroundings felt disdain towards him. However, he didn't intend to cause any trouble because it was rather boring. However, even if he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean that others would let him go. After all, no matter where he was, the weak had the least dignity. In everyone's opinion, if they asked Lin Ling questions, then Lin Ling should respectfully answer and not have such a lazy attitude. Therefore, the voices of dissatisfaction grew more and more. Sigh, isn't it better to just mind our own business? Why bother meddling in other people's business? To put it bluntly, none of you here is a match for me. I only need one move to defeat you. That saying the waters are very deep is actually very practical to use on you guys. The chaotic voices undoubtedly made Lin Ling sigh softly. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he was a little more forceful. After all, he couldn't possibly lower his voice to those who were weaker than him, right? One move. Don't think that you can be so arrogant just because you have ninth senior sister's support. That youth was completely enraged. The other third-generation descendants' pupils also constricted. They didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. Where did this junior come from? How can he be so arrogant? When I was training in the myriad worlds, he wasn't even weaned yet. Oomph. Have you participated in the third-generation battle? Have you participated in the last generation battle? I don't think he has. I don't know where his confidence comes from. Oomph. I asked Shun Tian before, and he said that in the past few hundred years, there was no information about that youth in the last generation. It seems that he is a newcomer among newcomers. He can't even be considered a true last generation. Sigh. There were more and more voices in the surroundings. Sigh. Sigh. Lin Ling sighed again and stood up. He said to the youth from before, I'm sorry. In order to keep things quiet, I'll make a move. You have to be careful from now on. Sigh. As soon as he said that, the voices from before immediately disappeared. What? The last generation is going to make a move? And he even said hello to the burly youth before making a move? What is he playing at? Even the burly youth thought that Lin Ling was crazy. After all, if he really wanted to make a move, shouldn't he, a third-generation descendant, be the one to make the first move? However, reality proved that Lin Ling was a man of his words. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward and pounced on the burly youth. No matter what kind of genius you are among the third-generation descendants, it's useless against me. Sigh. His fist struck out cleanly, and it even had flames erupting from it. The space-time fire roared. The awakened divine physique appeared at the same time. Divine light protection. The youth still wanted to be angry, but at this moment, his pupils constricted. In the resplendent academy, not every third-generation descendant had awakened a divine body, but all the second-generation descendants had awakened a divine body. This meant that Lin Ling had the potential to become a second-generation descendant. Of course, it was only potential. Scarlet flowered, dazzling palm. Bang! The youth immediately erupted with all his strength. His talent and world essence fused, turning into a surging palm that collided with Lin Ling's. Unfortunately, it was useless. Bang! When the fists collided, it was as though two powerful worlds were colliding. In the next moment, the young man's body flew backwards and smashed into the wall of the large hall in the distance. If Lin Ling had not held back, the wall would have been shattered. Then, a figure slid down the wall and fell to the ground unconscious. Seeing this, the hall fell into a deathly silence, defeating a third-generation descendant with one punch. Now, can you be quiet? Quiet. Lin Ling slowly walked back. Everywhere he passed, there was silence. In the world of martial arts, strength was the best proof. Lin Ling already knew this, so in the face of all sorts of dissatisfied voices, simple and crude methods were the best. Seeing Lin Ling sit down cross-legged once more, the eyes of those around him flashed. They didn't think that Lin Ling would be so strong. It's him, Lin Ling. He defeated the newcomer of the 36 World Kings not too long ago. That battle has caused an uproar in the last generation. Yes, finally, someone seemed to recall something. He defeated the 36 World Kings? How is that possible? Did he do something to it? Yes. I don't know, but I'm sure he won. Most importantly, he passed the assessment not too long ago. Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder he's so arrogant. He isn't some newcomer. Yes. The surrounding third-generation descendants began to whisper, their moods becoming even worse. They had experienced countless tribulations before finally becoming third-generation descendants, standing above tens of thousands of people. But now, Lin Ling had caught up to them in the blink of an eye. This left them envious. Chapter 2459. How do you want to play? At this moment, a sneer was heard and a thin young man walked out. He was wearing a long green robe, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He had the demeanor of an expert as he walked. There were a few people following him who seemed to be his followers. They all had fawning expressions on their faces. Xianxia. Seeing this, many of the third generation's faces changed slightly. They quickly saluted him because he was ranked in the top 20 among the third generation. However, Lin Ling was unmoved and continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. Lin Ling, I've heard of your name. I've even been waiting for you. Xianxia spoke again. You've killed many of the martial gods in our Tating Commandery. At this moment, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. Tating Commandery? This Tating Commandery really has a deep heritage. Geniuses come in waves, like chives that can never be cut down. Lin Ling also knew that as a vassal state of the Great Qing divine dynasty, Tating Commandery would definitely kill him if they had a chance. Therefore, Lin Ling would not let anyone from Tating Commandery go. Previously, Lin Ling did not want to cause trouble, so he used his strength to shut everyone up. However, now Lin Ling might not do the same. He said indifferently, "Is there no one else in Tating Commandery? Let a person like you, who has no second thoughts, talk about me? Lin Ling, I know you have some skills and defeated the 36 Realm King. However, don't forget that his strength is only average among the third generation. You're just lucky that you didn't meet me." Xianxia's eyes were cold. Then, he laughed and said, "However, killing is not allowed in the academy. I'll spare your life for now. After you're driven out of the Dandelion Palace, we'll have a life and death battle outside the academy. Now get out of my sight. Seeing that I'm in a good mood, I'll let you live." His words seemed to be a reward for Lin Ling. However, no one thought he was arrogant. After all, the 36 Realm King was not at the same level as him. Lin Ling could defeat the 36 Realm King and was only average among the third generation. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He suddenly looked at the Dandelion Palace and said, "In that case, how about we have a bet? What if I can enter the Dandelion Palace?" Many mocking voices came from all directions. Today's Tao seeking was something only the third generation disciples were qualified to attend. Even the second generation elder sister ninth didn't dare to enter. Okay, let's make a bet. How do you want to play? Xianxia was stunned, and the smile on his face became even more ferocious. In his opinion, Lin Ling was simply courting death. In fact, he was very displeased that he had spared Lin Ling's life earlier. Who would have expected that Lin Ling would actually deliver himself to his doorstep? As for whether Lin Ling could enter the Dandelion Palace, that was a joke. Resplendent Academy was one of the 3 great divine academies of the Azure Province. The rules were extremely strict, and no one could violate them. If one had the strength of a third generation's disciple, but had not passed the test, they were not considered a third generation disciple. If you lose, bring your face closer and I'll slap you. How about it? Lin Ling sneered. Although he did not know how to enter the Dandelion Palace, Ancestor Dragon Granny had given him a jade token and acknowledged his identity. Ancestor Dragon Granny would not lie to him. Seeing Lin Ling agree so easily, someone immediately asked, "Lin Ling, did you go to the battlefield of ruins and participate in the battle of the third generation?" "No." Lin Ling shook his head. "Ha!" Everyone laughed even louder. If he did not participate in the battle of the third generation, then he was not a third generation disciple. Lin Ling was indeed courting death. Good, as expected of Lin Ling. You're straightforward. I agree to this bet. If you lose, bring your face closer, and I'll give you a hard slap. Xianxia laughed heroically. He was like an invincible god of war, exuding a powerful aura. Senior Brother Qian, you're amazing. There was no lack of bootlickers around. They immediately flattered Qianxia. So handsome. There were even some girls who secretly threw flirtatious glances at Qianxia. Then, they stared at Lin Ling with contempt. They were not optimistic about Lin Ling at all. It was obviously impossible for a newcomer to gain a foothold in the resplendent academy. Lin Ling was simply an idiot. Everyone be my witness. The surrounding voices finally lifted Qian's mood. He laughed in a carefree manner. As an expert ranked 20th among the third-generation disciples, who would not give him face? Don't worry. If he loses, he can't deny it. We're looking forward to the applause. Without any suspense, voices of support rose one after another. Seeing this, Lin Ling's smirk deepened. At this moment, a sky full of dandelions fluttered out of the main hall. It was extremely beautiful. The sky around the main hall turned into a starry sky. It was the chaos of the universe. The dandelions seemed to have come from the chaos of the universe, making the main hall sacred and magnificent. Chaos energy. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he looked at the floating dandelions. He was surprised. This senior dandelion was very strong. Moreover, he had 3 swords. This made Lin Ling look forward to it even more. The dandelion main hall is open. After the dandelions appeared, many excited voices came from the main hall. Rumble. In front of the main hall, an ancient black stone tablet rose from the ground. The pitch-black stone tablet gave off an extremely strong pressure. At the entrance, an old man wearing a red robe walked out. He had 8 swords on his back, and his aura was cold as he said, "All third generations, prepare to enter." Soon, someone walked toward the gate. The ancient stone tablet emitted light, as if it was confirming the person's identity. However, he was indeed a third-generation disciple, so he entered easily. Then, the third-generation disciples entered one after another. Lin Ling, it's your turn. Don't tell me you're thinking of running away at this time. I'm telling you, don't even think about it. Qianxia suddenly became aggressive. He was looking forward to a good show. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled faintly and strode toward the gate. You're not wearing the third generation's green robe? The old man frowned as he looked at Lin Ling. The third generation disciples all wore green robes. I don't have a green robe. Lin Ling looked at the old man and said. The old man frowned even harder. Many people around couldn't help but laugh secretly. Then, do you have the third generation's jade token? The old man asked again. I'm sorry, I don't have such a thing. Then you've participated in the third generation's assessment. I don't have it either. Facing the old man's questioning, Lin Ling kept shaking his head. The old man's aura became colder and colder. What was this junior playing at? This guy is really arrogant. The eyes of the people around trembled. They knew that Lin Ling wasn't qualified to enter, but they didn't expect that Lin Ling would be neither arrogant nor humble in front of such a senior. He didn't know anything. Wasn't he just playing with the senior? One should know that the senior was Dandelion's sword servant. He was an extremely hot-tempered existence in the resplendent academy. Then, what are you doing here? Sure enough, the old man's aura burst out. It was like 10,000 swords returning to their master. Haha, there's a good show to watch. Maybe Lin Ling will be obliterated. Qianxia couldn't help but sneer. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything. However, the fact was that the old man's eyes were like swords. He had already begun to attack Lin Ling. Chapter 2460. The world of 10,000 swords, the black, ancient stone tablet emitted light, but did not stop Lin Ling. This meant that Lin Ling had passed the stone tablet's test and had the qualifications to enter the Dandelion Palace. As for the old man, he had raised his arm high and was about to attack, but at this moment, he was shocked, because after passing the Universal Combat Tablets test, this meant that Lin Ling indeed had the qualifications. The third generations who wanted to watch a good show were all stunned, their mouths wide open and speechless. Lin Ling had the qualifications? What was going on? Even the old man could not react in time, but his face was not as cold as before. He said slowly, "You have something on you that represents the third generation? I don't know what the third generation needs, but I do have it." Lin Ling immediately nodded and took out a red jade token from his clothes and handed it to the old man. His attitude was still as indifferent as before. He did not know what the jade token was, but he was sure that he could enter the palace. The old man looked at Lin Ling strangely and took Lin Ling's jade token. He frowned and looked at it, and his expression became more and more interesting. Second generation potential jade token. In the end, his voice became sharp, and it even carried a wisp of madness. His previously cold face now revealed a smile. It was a smile that was close to flattering, because this jade token represented the potential of the second generation. In the third generation, there were less than 10 people who had this jade token, and he was the sword servant of the Dandelion Palace Senior and also the second generation of the older generation. So he naturally knew the significance of this jade token. From a certain point of view, Lin Ling's status was higher than his. After all, he was an old genius, and Lin Ling was a rising genius. Come in quickly, I have neglected you before." The old man's attitude changed 180 degrees. In fact, he didn't know that in the past month, the upper echelons of the Resplendent Academy had already held a meeting regarding Lin Ling. At that time, they had decided to give Lin Ling the second generation potential token. "Little friend, you should have told me earlier that you have the second generation potential token. You almost caused me to make a mistake. If Lady Dandelion finds out, she will definitely punish me." The old man's voice carried a bitter smile. Looking at the old man's flattered appearance, Lin Ling seemed to feel that the jade token given to him by ancestor Dragon Granny wasn't simple. He immediately shook his head helplessly. "I really don't know what this thing is." Hearing this, the old man was speechless. He had such a jade plate, yet this brat was indifferent to it. How many people would die from jealousy? "Can I go in now?" Lin Ling asked, not wanting to dwell on the previous topic. "Yes, of course you can." The old man smiled and nodded. His appearance reminded people of two words: flattery. Such an expert actually flattered Lin Ling. This undoubtedly made everyone's jaws drop. "Senior, are you seeing things? He has nothing. How can he enter the Dandelion Hall with a broken jade token? I think you must be seeing things." Xianxia was stunned. After witnessing the conversation between Lin Ling and the old man, he shouted angrily. Noisy. Unfortunately, the old man's attitude towards him and Lin Ling had changed 180 degrees. Xianxia's forehead was covered in cold sweat when he heard that. He finally reacted. Previously, he was reprimanding this senior. He was simply courting death. "Lin Ling, you have guts." Then, Xianxia looked coldly at Lin Ling. Today, he had lost a lot of face. After all, a large number of third-generation experts had flattered him before. Now, he had disappointed them. "Whether I have guts or not is none of your business. Now, it seems like you've lost. So, you should show me your face." Lin Ling stood at the door and said indifferently, "What do you mean I've lost? I don't know what happened before. Don't mention it now. Otherwise, I don't mind teaching you a lesson in front of the seniors." Xianxia's expression changed, and he immediately played dumb. The third-generation experts around him were silent. Although they were witnesses, they would definitely not side with Lin Ling. Someone even said, "Everyone, let's go in. It seems like there's nothing left." Obviously, compared to Lin Ling, the newcomer, the crowd was more afraid of Xianxia, who was ranked within the top 20. Seeing this, Lin Ling smiled. Bang! He took a step forward. Like a demon, he pounced towards Xianxia with a speed that surpassed the speed of a world. Since Xianxia refused to pay, he would do it himself. Slap! A crisp slap suddenly rang out and resounded in front of the great hall. No one thought that Lin Ling would slap Xianxia's face as soon as he said he would. Xianxia was also stunned. His cheeks began to inflate like a balloon, and a clear palm print could be seen. Lin Ling had slapped him. Furthermore, he had slapped him in front of everyone. How could he, a third-generation genius, show his face in front of everyone? Even the women who had previously idolized Qian Chun widened their beautiful eyes. In their hearts, this man who was like a god of war was no longer as arrogant as they had imagined. Do you know what you're doing? Xianxia stroked his cheek. His voice was extremely low and filled with murderous intent. I'm slapping your face. Can't you see? Unfortunately, Lin Ling turned a blind eye. Instead, he calmly turned around and left. I want you to die. Xianxia was on the verge of madness and had lost all reason. He pounced towards Lin Ling in an attempt to kill Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling remained indifferent because he could guarantee that once Xianxia's attack landed on his body, he would instantly kill the latter. Hence, he was waiting for the other party to attack. However, before Lin Ling could make a move, the elder had already made his move. Hundreds and thousands of swords shot out and surrounded Xianxia. As long as he took a single step, his blood would splatter everywhere. Try and move. The elder's voice was like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to pound. This elder had actually made a move on Lin Ling's behalf. This has exceeded their expectations. After all, this was Lin Ling's first time here, while Xianxia had been here a few times. However, the difference in treatment between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. This made everyone curious about the Jade Token. What kind of Jade Token would allow a newcomer to receive the elder's attention? Get lost. The elder roared angrily once again. Xianxia had obviously suffered the greatest humiliation of his life, but what else could he do but leave? He could only glare hatefully at Lin Ling before striding away. You're asking for your own humiliation. Lin Ling did not even look at him as he strode into the Dandelion Palace's main hall. How could this fellow be so powerful? Outside the main hall, unsurprisingly, cries of surprise filled the air. No one expected Lin Ling, a newcomer, to stir up such a bloody storm upon his arrival at the third generation's camp. There was nothing in the Dandelion Palace's main hall except for swords that had been stabbed into the ground. It was as if one had entered the world of 10,000 swords. Furthermore, as the crowd entered, the swords began to sway. What a powerful, chaotic energy. Chapter 2461. Senior Dandelion in the hall was very quiet. After everyone entered, they chose a sword one after another and sat down. Gradually, there were more and more people. Jianba is here too. He has come a total of 365 times. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Their gazes swept around and landed on a young man with an ancient sword on his back. Shockingly, he was the strongest person in the sword Dao department among the third generation. As expected of a swordsman, he had the arrogance of a swordsman. After entering, he didn't even bother to look at the crowd. After finding a sword, he sat down cross-legged. I heard that he likes Senior Dandelion. That's why he often comes here. His goal is to get Senior Dandelion's attention. Someone said in a low voice, "You're courting death. If Jianba hears you, he'll definitely kill you. He's the second martial god in the third generation." Someone immediately reprimanded him, causing the expression of the person who spoke before to change. He no longer dared to speak. How can Senior Dandelion be absent from his sermon? Right at this moment, another young man walked in through the door. He had long golden hair, and there were two dazzling swords hanging from his waist. They made him seem like the chosen one of the heavens. This was obviously another expert from the Kendo department. It's young Master Long Lin. Many people immediately stood up and bowed to the young man. The young man smiled faintly and waved his hand. He seemed to be used to this kind of attention. He calmly sat down cross-legged under a sword. Young Master Long Lin smiled at me. Just like the rumors say, he's quite approachable. Among the third generation, the second in the Sword Dao department isn't as arrogant as Sword Tyrant. His sword is an immortal treasure that has been upgraded by one level. It's called the Dragon Scale Sword. It's said to be made from the scales of a divine dragon. Young Master Dragon Scale's reputation was obviously better than Lord Long's, so there were more people who worshipped him. At the same time, young Master Long Lin also looked at Jianba. Jianba seemed to sense his gaze and immediately smiled disdainfully. He, Sword Tyrant, did not care about the number 2 person in the Sword Dao department at all. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head when he heard the voices around him. These martial god realm geniuses might seem impressive on the surface, but they were actually quite normal when facing someone stronger than them. They would be afraid, wary, and curious about the geniuses, and such a person had the time to care about others, but did not think of ways to improve himself. No wonder his cultivation speed was so slow. However, Lin Ling was still slightly surprised by the dragon scale sword. It wasn't that he hadn't seen dragons before, but dragons were also divided into different ranks. For example, the wild dragon was a dragon that appeared in the myriad of worlds, and the dragon ancestor was a dragon that appeared in the universe. However, the divine dragon was obviously more noble, and it was rare to see one even in millions of years. Using its scales to forge a sword, this sword was indeed extraordinary. Everyone is here. Today, as usual, we will use the sword to seek the Tao. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out. A woman in a long black robe walked out from the front. She carried 3 long swords on her back, looking like the peerless 3-sword style. She was not devastatingly beautiful, but she was extremely cold and aloof like a plum blossom. Most importantly, her strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Lin Ling stared at the woman. He was sure that if he were to fight with her, he would not be able to withstand a single strike from her. She was indeed worthy of being called a senior. Of course, although the woman was dressed conservatively and looked ordinary, the 3 swords on her back, coupled with her unique aura, were extremely attractive. It was no wonder that some of the 3rd generation's gazes were filled with longing, especially Sword Tyrant and young Master Dragon Scale. They secretly licked their lips. As swordsmen, they did not care about ordinary women at all. Only powerful female swordsmen were the most attractive to them. Therefore, Senior Dandelion was the object of their longing. For this reason, they had come here many times. I've cultivated countless sword daos, and now I'll give you all guidance. How much you can learn will depend on your abilities. At this moment, the black-robed woman sat cross-legged, and a sharp sword aura filled the air. It was elegant and cold, and it caused the surroundings to turn into a chaotic world. Swords seemed to shoot out from a myriad of worlds. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the surroundings turned into a world of swords. Everyone's sword swayed and shot into the sky uncontrollably. My sword, return. Return. However, it was obviously not the first time that the 3rd generation swords were here, so they suppressed their swords and did not allow them to be unsheathed. Gradually, many people's swords quieted down. However, at this moment, a black ancient sword soared into the sky like a flying dragon, floating in the chaotic world. This sword was undoubtedly extremely attractive, causing many people in the hall to laugh mockingly. Young Master Dragon Scale looked up and revealed a disdainful expression. Looks like there's another pretentious person who doesn't know anything about swords. Return. Then, he ignored the sword in the sky and entered a state of cultivation. It's Lin Ling, haha, shame on you. Huh. The crowd seemed to know who the owner of the sword was, so they could not help but secretly laugh at him. Only those who weren't familiar with the path of the sword would be unable to control their swords and allow them to leave their scabbard. Of course, the 3rd generation's first time here would also be like this. After all, they weren't familiar with the rules here. And in Dandelion Hall, if one couldn't control their own sword and caused it to leave its scabbard, that would be an extremely shameful matter. After all, a swordsman's sword existed. If the sword existed, the person existed. If the sword died, the person died. However, the woman called Dandelion's eyes brightened. This was because she could see that Lin Ling was about to enter the world of 10,000 swords. This was why Lin Ling's sword had floated up. When an ordinary person entered the world of 10,000 swords, they would need an incense stick of time to enter a state of enlightenment. At that time, they would naturally be able to suppress their swords. But if one entered a state of enlightenment quickly, they would forget to suppress their swords. When did such a fellow appear in the 3rd generation of Resplendent Academy? Dandelion muttered to herself. Then, as she investigated, her eyes brightened. This was because Lin Ling had a second-generation potential token. This meant that he had the potential to become a second generation. Moreover, Lin Ling had actually defeated a third generation. If she wasn't wrong, then Lin Ling was only at the 5th level of the World King realm. This fellow isn't simple at all. Dandelion thought to herself. In her mind, these young swordsmen were divided into ranks. Sword Overlord was undoubtedly the first. He had awakened his divine body, the Sword World body. Moreover, he came from Sword World and had comprehended the sword since he was a child. He was extremely fierce. The second was Sir Dragonscale, but his strength came from the Dragonscale sword. The third was someone like Lin Ling. I wonder who will be able to find a sword path that suits them. Dandelion's lips curved up in a smile. She was looking forward to it. At this time, in the world of 10,000 swords, countless swords weaved back and forth. It was an extremely dazzling sight. Here, it was as if all the sword paths of the 10,000 worlds had gathered. And this was indeed the case. The sword paths here were vast and endless. There were 2nd grade, 3rd grade, 4th grade, and even 5th grade. They were also divided into general, commander, king, and emperor levels. The emperor level corresponded to a 5th grade sword path martial skill. This was something that no one had ever managed to comprehend. Chapter 2462. Two swords compete, but soon, some people failed. Those people found the corresponding sword path martial arts, but after comprehending it, the complex sword path exceeded their limits, so they were forced to withdraw. It could be seen that firstly, it was very difficult to find a powerful sword path martial art. Secondly, even if one found it, comprehending it was even more difficult. I comprehended a commander-level sword path. Suddenly, someone shouted in pleasant surprise. It was a young woman with a pretty good appearance. She was extremely excited because she had come here 99 times to comprehend a sword Dao. Moreover, she had finally succeeded after persevering tirelessly. It's Jian Wei. Some people who woke up said enviously. Jian Wei's sword path was sharp, and he had a good reputation in the southern border. She found a commander-level sword path martial art, which was a 3rd grade martial art. It was indeed rare. I failed. Sword path is too vast, as mysterious as the universe. Another person started to fail, shaking his head and sighing. This swordsman who failed was a bit greedy and insisted on comprehending a commander-level sword path martial art. Unfortunately, it was not something he could comprehend. Only monstrous geniuses could comprehend it successfully. I almost comprehended a general-level sword path. Another person said regretfully and opened his eyes. He also cultivated a sword path martial art. Unfortunately, he had come here many times, but he still could not comprehend it successfully. Shame, it's just a 2nd grade sword path martial art, but you failed again and again. How can you call yourself a swordsman? Many people said disdainfully, making that person's face dim. He was very unwilling. This time, there's only 2 hours to comprehend the sword path. If you can't comprehend a sword path, you can only come back a year later. Those swordsmen who woke up shook their heads. More and more people are waking up, which means that their comprehension is not enough. Only Jianba and young Master Long Lin are the most powerful. They are competing for a king-level sword path. So powerful. How can they have such monstrous comprehension? Their ultimate sword path has already reached the realm of intricacy. Many people discussed spiritedly, and they stared at the 2 strongest swordsmen with eyes full of worship. Look at Lin Ling, his sword is still dancing in the sky. At this time, someone cried out in surprise. Many people looked over and could not help but laugh mockingly. It seemed that Lin Ling could not even control his own sword. Get out! At this moment, young Master Long Lin shouted faintly. A huge sword Dao rushed out and knocked down Lin Ling's sword. This was because he was comprehending the most crucial king-level sword Dao martial arts. But Lin Ling's sword was flying back and forth in the sky, distracting him. Ha! Seeing this, many people couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, Lin Ling's soul power lingered in the sky. He also sensed that someone had attacked the tyrannical song sword. However, he did not pay attention to it. Firstly, his sword kept flying and might have disturbed others. This was his fault. Secondly, the tyrannical sword only fell to the ground and was not damaged, so he did not care. What he cared about was the dancing swords in the sky. Those swords weaved back and forth with lightning speed. They were all kinds of sword martial arts, which aroused his interest. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had a deep understanding of the sword Dao, but he was not invincible. Therefore, Lin Ling was very curious when he encountered a sword Dao martial art that he had never seen before. I've cultivated this before. Give up. The Lunar Luo sword takes the path of lightness and is famous for its speed. It doesn't suit me. I'm more suited for a large sword with great power. Give up. Commander level sword Dao martial art. Single sword of Mount Zhongnan. Although the attack power is not bad, it's a pity that its level is too low. If I've comprehended it, I'll have to learn other sword moves after my strength increases. Give up. Lin Ling kept thinking to himself. It was rare for him to come here, so he would learn the best. This caused the sword above his head to constantly weave through. This scene was also seen by Dandelion. She let out a puzzled sound. It was too strange. This kid had clearly captured many sword Dao martial arts, but he did not learn any of them? What was he trying to do? Although her voice was soft, everyone present was a genius, so they could easily hear her puzzled voice. What? Senior Dandelion is actually paying attention to Lin Ling? Lin Ling is a guy who can't even suppress his sword. How can he? Senior Dandelion should be angry at Lin Ling for biting off more than he can chew. Look at Lin Ling. He still hasn't chosen a sword Dao martial art. He's still picking. Time is almost up. If things don't go well, he might have come here for nothing. The surrounding swordsmen were stunned for a moment before they immediately let out mocking laughter. They could also see that Lin Ling was constantly giving up on sword Dao martial arts. He had even given up on commander-level sword Dao martial arts. Such a mentality was too unstable. Even some female swordsmen coldly snorted. This was because they specialized in the handsome sword Dao and had spent 49 times to comprehend it. As for Lin Ling, in the face of a commander-grade sword Dao martial art, he was actually disdainful. This Lin Ling thought too highly of himself. Ignore him. Look at Sword Tyrant and young Master Long Lin. More and more people woke up. They were all staring at Sword Tyrant and young Master Long Lin. This was because comprehending the sword required comprehension power. Once one comprehended to the limit, they would withdraw and then digest what they had comprehended. However, Sword Tyrant and young Master Long Lin were still comprehending. This meant that their comprehension power had reached the monstrous level. King level, TSK, they're all king level. I wonder who will succeed. I think it's Sword Tyrant. He has already comprehended the Xianxia Howren sword twice, and this is the third time. Who knows? He might become the first person in the Resplendent Academy's Sword Dao department to comprehend a king-grade Sword Dao 3 times. Yes, 3 times. It took him 3 years. Amazing. Impressive. Young Master Long Lin is not weak either. They represent the 3rd generation of dual Sword Dao martial arts. Yes, everyone's emotions were stirred up. It was as if they saw 2 dazzling swords soaring into the sky, representing the Resplendent Academy and defeating all the swordsmen of the 2 great academies. Oh, pain. At this moment, a painful voice sounded. Young Master Long Lin opened his eyes with a pale face. His eyes immediately revealed a look of unwillingness. Obviously, he had failed. If he forced himself to continue comprehending, he would have suffered from chi deviation. The sword floating above his head was a dazzling golden sword. The sword was like a dragon. It was the Dragon Emperor 8 Directions sword from the ancient divine dragon world. It had reached king level. This was a 4th grade Sword Dao martial art. However, although he did not succeed in comprehending it, he was not far from it. This was his 3rd time comprehending it. Coupled with the fact that the level of the martial art was high, no one mocked him for failing. Instead, many people admired him. What? Sword Tyrant is still comprehending it. Sword Tyrant. Then, young Master Long Lin's gaze swept over, and his face instantly turned ugly. Especially when he saw Senior Dandelion staring at Sword Tyrant. He felt even more uncomfortable. This was because Senior Swordsman, whom he admired and even longed for, was not looking at him. Sword Tyrant is also comprehending King-level Sword Dao, and this is his third time as well. However, he will definitely fail. Young Master Long Lin envied. Young Master Dragon Scale said enviously. Unfortunately, his wish had failed. Chapter 2463. Emperor level Sword Dao. For a moment, countless eyes were on Jianba. Even Senior Dandelion was the same. Her cold eyes carried a hint of expectation. Coming to the world of 10,000 swords 3 times, if he could comprehend a king-level Sword Dao martial art, then he would break the record of Resplendent Academy. After all, the most recent attempt to comprehend a king-level Sword Dao had taken him 5 years to do so. Senior Dandelion, fortunately, I did not disappoint you. At almost the same time, Jianba stood up. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and the ancient sword behind him hummed. For a moment, the hall was silent. Could it be? He succeeded? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even though the Sword Tyrant didn't say anything, they'd already guessed the truth. How could this be? Young Master Long Lin clenched his fists in anger. He was even more unwilling. Jianba stood proudly, enjoying the admiring gazes of all the swordsmen. However, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at Senior Dandelion with a burning gaze, because he wanted Senior Dandelion to ask him personally. Sure enough, Senior Dandelion pondered for a moment and said indifferently, "Did you successfully comprehend the Qinkuan Haoran sword?" Yes. Jianba had been waiting for this moment because he had attracted Senior Dandelion's attention. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for 3 years. I succeeded. Yes. Jianba nodded indifferently. At this moment, the ancient sword behind him blossomed with endless light. You really succeeded. Admirable. Yes. I couldn't even find a king-level Sword Dao. I didn't expect Jianba to not only find it, but also successfully comprehend it. Yes. Among the swordsmen of the 3 great academies, who else could be better than him? I think that Songling Academy's #1 swordsman, Long Patian, is qualified to be his opponent. Yes, I heard that Long Patian died in a place called the Rising Sun Boundary. This means that in terms of Sword Dao, who can compare to Jianba? Yes. Although they already knew the result, when Jianba personally admitted it, they still exclaimed in surprise. Very good. You have created a new record in Resplendent Academy. The first time you came here, you found a king-level Sword Dao martial art, and succeeded on the 3rd time. Dandelion couldn't help but laugh. Her cold smile was also very beautiful. Jianba was overjoyed. He had fallen in love with this senior since a long time ago. He pondered for a moment and was about to invite Senior Dandelion to discuss martial arts with him. However, at this moment, the myriad worlds in the sky emitted a surging sword cry. All the swords submitted and stopped flying. A black sword flew out like a demon king and floated above the head of a young man. Ashura sword formation. Looking at the sword, Senior Dandelion seemed to have forgotten about Sword Tyrant and could not help but exclaim. At this moment, the gazes of everyone were locked onto the sword. Everyone seemed to have forgotten about the Sword Tyrant because they'd noticed that the sword was extremely extraordinary. Once the sword was drawn, all swords would submit. This was the first time they'd seen such a thing. In fact, even Senior Dandelion hadn't seen much of it. "Emperor class, Sword Dao?" she asked solemnly. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall seemed to have been struck by lightning. Everyone's hearts thundered. One must know that in the myriad worlds, Sword Dao martial arts were broad and profound. Wanting to find a king-class Sword Dao martial art was like looking for a needle in a haystack, let alone the Emperor class that was above the King class. As for Emperor class, it was a 5th-grade boundary origin martial art. It only appeared in the hands of true God realm experts. Which sword Dao genius is it? Yes. Everyone's gazes shifted. When they saw the young man under the black sword, their hearts instantly jumped uncontrollably, because that was Lin Ling. This guy had been looking for sword Dao martial arts all this time. He was picky and looked extremely unstable. Who would have thought that this guy actually found an Emperor-class sword Dao? Bastard. Yes. Young Master Long Lin and Jianba both shouted angrily at the same time. Today was supposed to be their moment. Who would have thought that a trash that couldn't even suppress a sword would appear and overpower them at the crucial moment? Especially Jianba. He was the most furious. After all, he almost asked Senior Dandelion out. But now, Senior Dandelion seemed to have forgotten about his existence. At this moment, Lin Ling didn't know that everyone was looking at him. He was rather happy in his heart. Previously, he had been constantly selecting and comprehending those sword Daos. Finally, after comprehending 80% of the sword Dao martial arts, the mysterious black sword appeared. He instantly felt that this sword Dao was very suitable for him. It was at least a 5th grade sword Dao. With this sword Dao martial art, he wouldn't have to change his martial arts for a long time. It's you. Lin Ling's 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes appeared and stared at the sword. At the same time, the ultimate sword Dao appeared in his body. The true realm of Dao, which was stronger than the hyperfocus realm, enveloped the sword. However, the sword was like an Azura demon king. It kept resisting and seemed to refuse Lin Ling to comprehend it. In front of me, do you have the ability to resist? Unfortunately, Lin Ling coldly shouted in his heart. The powerful true realm of Dao suppressed it from all directions, gradually allowing him to see the birth of a universal Azura. This was an ancient sword Dao martial art that had been lost for a long time. It used the world origin sword to set up a sword array and destroy the enemy. This sword Dao martial art was extremely overbearing. It gave birth to powerful, chaotic energy. It was divided into 5 stages. The first stage, the Azura sword array, gave birth to 49 Azura swords. If God blocked it, it would kill God. If Buddha blocked it, it would destroy Buddha. The second stage had 9981 swords. The third stage had 168 swords. The Emperor-level sword array was indeed terrifying. If I didn't have the 10,000 mammoth demonic eyes and the ultimate sword Dao, I wouldn't have been able to control this sword array. Lin Ling thought to himself. What? At this moment, everyone in the hall exclaimed again because they saw that the black Azura sword was actually swaying. Could it be that Lin Ling had comprehended this Emperor-level sword Dao martial art? Impossible. The Emperor-level sword Dao martial art requires comprehension ability. The requirements are very strict. How could a trash who can't even control the sword successfully comprehend it? However, Jianba's words brought everyone back to reality. They felt that it was true. Moreover, time is up. Young Master Longlin sneered. Senior Dandelion shook her head helplessly. She had wanted to see a miracle, but it was obvious that she had thought too much. Even if Lin Ling could comprehend it, there wasn't enough time. Whoosh! Sure enough, the thousands of swords began to retreat like a tide. The world of 10,000 swords gradually disappeared. Obviously, the 2 hours were up. At the same time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. However, when he saw the gazes around him, he was a little stunned. How do you feel about the Emperor-level sword Dao martial art? Then a calm voice drifted out. It was Senior Dandelion. She wanted to see if Lin Ling had gained anything. It's okay. It didn't disappoint me. Lin Ling nodded. Senior Dandelion was stunned. She thought that Lin Ling would talk about the difficulties he had encountered when comprehending the sword Dao martial art. Who knew that Lin Ling would say that it was okay? Suddenly, she was disappointed. Chapter 2464. Sword Strength Test. Haha. Is this fellow here to make a fool of himself? It's so rare that he came to the 10,000 sword world and didn't choose any sword skills, but chose an Emperor-level sword Dao. Is that something he can comprehend? Ridiculous. He's truly a ridiculous fool. He must be regretting it to death. This is the fate of being greedy. Ridiculous. Maybe he can't even comprehend a general-level sword Dao. Because he's too bored, he chose an Emperor-level sword Dao to draw our attention. Ridiculous. Your guess is correct, but being able to find an Emperor-grade sword Dao is also a kind of ability. Ridiculous. Without any suspense, there was a great deal of laughter from all around. Even Sword Overlord and Sword Overlord couldn't help but laugh. However, they were still a bit annoyed with Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling had indeed attracted Senior Dandelion's attention. This was the same as ruining their good fortune. Of course, for someone like Lin Ling, they would slowly teach him a lesson once they left this place. The laughter from all around left Lin Ling even more startled. He didn't understand what these people were laughing at. The reason he said it was okay was because he had successfully comprehended it. Moreover, he could use all 6 layers of the Azura sword array. Of course, this required him to have a corresponding cultivation boundary. Currently, he could only use the first layer, but it had also greatly increased the might of his sword Dao. It could be said that this cultivation had made up for the flaws in his sword Dao. As for the fire attribute, Lin Ling had the heretical god transformation, and the sword Dao department had the Azura sword array. His strength had risen by 30%. Currently, he had the confidence to fight an 8th or 9th stage world king. Shaking his head, Lin Ling didn't bother to say anything more. If they wanted to laugh, then so be it. Then, Lin Ling picked up the tyrannical Song sword and turned to leave. His indifferent appearance left Senior Dandelion surprised. She thought that this youth wouldn't be willing to accept the ridicule from all around, but who knew that the youth's reaction would be so calm? It was a kind of indifference, even disdain. No one is allowed to leave. However, as soon as Lin Ling moved, young Master Long Lin shouted, "As a swordsman, we must show off our abilities and move forward bravely. Although I failed to comprehend today, it does not mean that my swordsmanship is weak. Therefore, according to the usual rules, let's test our strength at the Huan Yu battle tablet in front of the gate." His words were clearly directed at Sword Tyrant. However, the irony was that he seemed to want more people to be his witnesses, so he didn't allow anyone else to leave and made them spectators. Hearing this, Lin Ling couldn't help but open his eyes wide. This fellow is so bored. You seem to be competing with him. This has nothing to do with me. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't participate in such a boring game. His words caused young Master Long Lin's pupils to dilate. You dare? Jinba glared angrily at Lin Ling as well. Actually, he approved of young Master Long Lin's suggestion because only then would he be able to shine even more dazzlingly. You talk too much. Unfortunately, how could Lin Ling not dare? He wanted to leave. Let's wait for a while. There's indeed a rule for comprehending swordsmanship here. Before leaving, everyone has to demonstrate their swordsmanship strength. Senior Dandelion also spoke up. Since the senior had spoken, Lin Ling still had to give face. Of course, he still felt very bored and wanted to see Xian Yuan Guer and the others quickly. Let's go to the gate. The other swordsmen were very enthusiastic. They also wanted to see how much their swordsmanship had improved after comprehending this time. Everyone pushed and pulled Lin Ling into the crowd as they walked toward the door. At the gate, the old man was still guarding there. After seeing everyone, he knew why they were here. He immediately took a few steps forward and let the black stone tablet appear in front of everyone's eyes. This stone tablet was the one used to check everyone's identity. It was also a sword training stone. It was said that it was left behind by a sword god in the martial god world. It had universal swordsmanship and could check a swordsman's overall strength. This is the Universal Combat Power Tablet. It can test the attack of a sword, the comprehension of the ultimate sword Dao, and the strength of your swordsmanship. Everyone, take turns, Senior Dandelion said calmly. Soon, someone walked forward excitedly and pulled out his sword. Clang! His sword slashed on the stone tablet, and instantly it shone brightly. 500 swordsmanship strength. This was the swordsmanship strength of the integrated sword Dao. Good! It has increased by 100 swordsmanship from last time. The genius who pulled out the sword couldn't help but shout excitedly. Old Cliff Swordsman, you have been here more than 20 times, right? Only 500 swordsmen now, trash. However, someone immediately laughed disdainfully and pulled out his sword. He slashed hard, and the words on the stone tablet immediately appeared. It was 600. Wow, that's amazing. It seems like this is Wu Yaokong's 5th time here. His overall swordsmanship is already so high. The crowd exclaimed, and the swordsman nodded proudly. He was overjoyed. It was every swordsman's wish to be able to fight against swordsmen from all over the world. Next, everyone took turns to go up and see the level of their swordsmanship strength through the stone tablet. 1,000 swordsmanship. He actually has 1,000 swordsmanship. He is only relying on that sword. Otherwise, it would be 700 at most. The swordsman's swordsmanship includes many things. Their ultimate sword Dao, swordsmanship martial arts, and swordsmanship. So, it's normal for him to rely on his sword. Everyone started to talk about it. Lin Ling was bored. With his experience, he could naturally tell what the stone tablet was. It was not even an ancient expert's sword training stone. It was called the Heavenly Curved Sword Stone. It was indeed able to test one's swordsmanship strength. However, its hardness was very low. 100,000 swordsmanship strength would be enough to break it. I wonder how Xian Yuangu and the rest are doing. Lin Ling then muttered to himself. Senior Dandelion, who was not far away, was stunned. As a swordsman, he hated being inferior to others the most. Now, there is actually someone who did not care about this kind of swordsmanship strength test. This was a little surprising. It's my turn. At this moment, young Master Long Lin walked out. He pulled out both swords, and a dragon roared. Twin dragons emerging from a sea. A dazzling sword appeared. It was like a twin dragon that could easily cut apart a world. Rumble. The stone tablet was dazzling, and a dazzling light erupted. 30,000 swordsmanship strength. Seeing this, the surrounding swordsmen forgot to breathe. This was too abnormal. This meant that young Master Long Lin's ultimate sword Dao, swordsmanship martial arts, chaotic energy, and swordsmanship were all extremely powerful. After all, the stone tablet could only test one's swordsmanship strength and not other powers. Therefore, if one's cultivation level was high but did not understand the sword, the stone tablet would not emit any light. Looking at his proud sword, young Master Long Lin could not help but laugh. He then looked at Senior Dandelion and said, Senior, how is it? Not bad. This is your 3rd time here, but you managed to erupt with 30,000 swordsmanship strength. It's extremely rare. Senior Dandelion nodded in satisfaction. This made young Master Long Lin excited. Previously, he had lost to Jianba when he comprehended the sword Dao. Now, he finally suppressed Jianba. Then, young Master Long Lin looked at Jianba mockingly and said, Swordsmen are proud. How can they admit defeat so easily? Moreover, comprehending the sword Dao doesn't mean anything. Only swordsmanship is the symbol of a swordsman. The crowd immediately looked forward to it. It was Jianba's turn. They wondered who was more powerful in this battle between dragons and tigers. Do you think you're very powerful? You only rely on the sword in your hand. A true swordsman hides his sword in his heart. Watch me defeat you with an immortal treasure with an ordinary weapon. Chapter 2465. 100,000 sword force. Everyone's eyes flickered. What Jianba said made sense. After all, young Master Long Lin was using an immortal treasure forged from the divine dragon scale armor. You're too weak. Almost at the same time, Jianba drew his sword. He had the aura of an overlord of the sword. Rumble. The sword was like a torrent of the sun, moon, and stars. The stone tablet was almost cut in half. A moment later, a dazzling light bloomed. Frightening numbers also appeared in a shocking manner. 50,000 sword force. There was no suspense. The surroundings were silent. All the swordsmen looked at Jianba with admiration. Young Master Long Lin stood there in a daze, his face pale. He had wanted to crush Jianba with his immortal treasure. Who knew that Jianba would defeat him with the help of a precious weapon? Jianba's sword principle might not be too strong. Ultimate sword principle meant its subtlety and King's Sword principal martial arts. No wonder. Senior Dandelion couldn't help but exclaim. This made Jianba even more proud. He knew that young Master Long Lin was asking to be humiliated by competing with him. It's your turn now. Let me see if anyone can surpass me. After that, Jianba proudly looked at everyone and said, only when everyone had passed the test would he be able to prove how outstanding he was. Okay, I'll do it. Next, the swordsmen drew their swords. Unfortunately, not even 10,000 sword force. This showed the gap between them. The proud smile on Jianba's face grew wider and wider. It was as if he was the ruler of the world. As time passed, all the swordsmen seemed to have finished their test. Wait, what about you? Why don't you go? At this moment, Jianba suddenly looked at someone. That person was leaning against the door and drinking wine as if it had nothing to do with him. That person was Lin Ling. In fact, Lin Ling had disrupted his show. He also had a little resentment towards Lin Ling. At this moment, he naturally wanted to let Lin Ling know how lowly he was. Moreover, everyone had been tested except for Lin Ling. Therefore, Lin Ling was no exception. Everyone has taken the test, but you didn't take the test. Are you looking down on everyone? Young Master Long Lin also let out a cold shout. He was unhappy that he had lost to Jianba. When he saw Lin Ling's indifferent expression, he was even more unhappy. Haha, why does he have to look down on you? He's just afraid of losing face, so he doesn't dare to take the test. The crowd also burst into laughter. Lin Ling couldn't even suppress his sword at the beginning. In addition, when he was comprehending the sword Dao, he had captured the Emperor-level sword Dao, but he didn't succeed in comprehending it. Therefore, no one thought that his sword force was very powerful. Sigh, how boring. You guys have won. Is that enough? I really don't have time. However, Lin Ling's expression remained calm as he sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd fell silent. Then, even crazier laughter rang out. Ha! Sword Tyrant couldn't help but laugh, because Lin Ling actually admitted defeat. However, he still shook his head and said, no, according to the rules, everyone has to be tested. You are not an exception. You should take the test too. It's good to be familiar with your own sword force. Even Senior Dandelion shook his head helplessly. He felt that Lin Ling didn't look like a swordsman. He didn't have the sword heart of a swordsman. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head again. He knew that if he didn't take the test, these people wouldn't agree. Since Senior Dandelion had spoken, he would give it a try. In fact, there's no need for this universal combat steel. As a swordsman, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win every battle. If I'm not familiar with my own sword force, how can I be a swordsman? Lin Ling walked out and said calmly. His words had undoubtedly infuriated everyone. This guy who was at the bottom was so arrogant. He wanted to teach them a lesson? Deliberately mystifying. Later, if your sword force doesn't exceed 200, you will swing your sword 100,000 times. Sword Tyrant said disdainfully. He didn't care if Lin Ling was weak, but he was still so arrogant. He was simply courting death. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. I know you want to attract Senior Dandelion's attention, but be careful not to fail miserably. Are you saying that you caused me to fail miserably? Haha. I, Sword Tyrant, have risen in the world and defeated countless swordsmen. In the martial god boundary, among the 3 generations of the 3 big academies, there are no more than 5 people who can be my opponent. Even the number 1 swordsman in the Tsongling Academy, Long Patian, I'm only 3 moves weaker than him. Do you think you are qualified to talk about me? Sword Tyrant couldn't hold it in anymore and laughed sarcastically. Lin Ling shook his head. Long Patian? Sorry, that guy was killed by him in the Rising Sun boundary. He said to himself, I can only say that the swordsman you met was useless. Huh. As soon as he said this, the laughter around him became even louder. For a guy like Lin Ling, there should be a limit to his bragging. Then, someone saw that Lin Ling actually picked up a tree branch and waved it around like a sword. Haha, this guy can't be thinking of using a tree branch as a sword, right? Young Master Long Lin thought that Lin Ling seemed to be stupid. Could it be that being at the bottom wasn't enough, so he wanted to be at the bottom? However, Lin Ling didn't seem to hear the voices around him. He looked at Senior Dandelion calmly and said, "Senior, I have 2 questions for you. Can I ask you?" "Ask away." At first, Senior Dandelion thought that Lin Ling was somewhat extraordinary. However, after experiencing all this, her evaluation of Lin Ling was that he was biting off more than he could chew and couldn't see through himself. Therefore, her attitude became somewhat cold. "First, this combat prowess tablet is broken. I don't have to pay for it, do I? Second, after the test, can I leave?" When Lin Ling asked these 2 questions, the crowd almost rolled on the ground in laughter again. Even Senior Dandelion laughed and said, "Sure." She thought that Lin Ling was more of an idiot than she had imagined. How could this combat prowess tablet be broken so easily? As for after the test, Lin Ling could of course leave. Even if Lin Ling wanted to stay, she wouldn't bother to see him. Hurry up and do the test. Don't be like an idiot trying to please the crowd. Seeing that Lin Ling had only said a few words, Sword Tyrant was already impatient. Did he have to be so shameless? However, as soon as he finished speaking, a black light flashed. The next moment, a tree branch flew into the sky and stabbed into the ground. As for Lin Ling, he turned around and left. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that I gained something from the world of 10,000 swords, I wouldn't have the time to play such a boring game. A real swordsman gains his sword strength through life and death struggles. He doesn't know his sword strength through tests. Lin Ling's voice floated in everyone's ears at the same time. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? Lin Ling had finished the test. Only Senior Dandelion saw Lin Ling draw his sword. It was very, very fast, and there was an indescribable aura. It seemed to be the aura of Azura. Moreover, she could clearly sense that Lin Ling's ultimate sword Dao seemed to be the true realm of Dao. Because she was in this realm, she was extremely familiar with it. However, how could this be possible? A third-generation swordsman who came to the Dandelion Palace for the first time had the true realm of Dao? This must be fake. However, just as she was thinking, a crisp sound rang out at the same time. Crack! At this moment, cracks appeared on the stone tablet that was erected on the ground, and a dazzling number shockingly appeared. 100,000 sword strength. Chapter 2466. The end of the last generation examination. Those people were all standing there in a daze. Some of them even thought that the Huan Yu battle tablet had suddenly broken down. It seems as Omega Sword Dao really is the true realm of the Dao. The dandelion muttered to itself and drifted out like a gust of wind. The Sword Tyrant's pupils constricted when he heard this, and he remained silent for a long time as he gazed at the figure that was leaving. Didn't Lin Ling say that he had to force him to use his sword? At that time, the light of the sword overlord would disappear. But now, his light had indeed disappeared. Lin Ling's sword had stolen all of his light. It was as if he had smashed his own foot with a rock. Wait, what level of sword art did you use just now? Suddenly, Senior Dandelion shouted. The universal battle power steel did not look at one's cultivation base, but only at one sword energy. Since Lin Ling was able to break it, it meant that his ultimate sword Dao was extremely powerful. It was at the true realm of Dao. However, it was still not enough to break the steel. Therefore, she was very confused. Emperor level Ashura sword formation. An indifferent voice drifted out from the young man's mouth in the distance. That voice was very calm, and there was no arrogance in it. There was only a hint of helplessness brought about by the boring actions of the crowd. Emperor level. All the swordsmen fell to the ground with a plop. Their expressions were very interesting. They felt that they were very ironic. They actually mocked others. Ha! The 2 swords in young Master Dragon Scale's hands also fell to the ground due to shock. Previously, Lin Ling had found an Emperor-level sword Dao martial art, but he had limited time. He didn't believe that Lin Ling would be able to successfully comprehend it. Even if he had enough time, an Emperor-level sword Dao martial art wasn't something that an ordinary person could comprehend. But now, the facts had proven everything. That young man had actually succeeded in comprehending it in such a short period of time. It could only be said that this fellow's comprehension ability had already surpassed all the monstrous geniuses. Senior Dandelion had naturally thought of this as well. It seemed like the first record of the Sword Dao department was probably created by that fellow. However, what made her the most speechless was that after creating such a miracle, that guy actually had an indifferent look on his face. It was as if he had no desire to show off, and even felt that it was boring. A swordsman is not here to show off. The test of swordsmanship is a test of life and death, not the universal combat tablet. She muttered to herself as if she had understood something. The surrounding swordsmen also smiled bitterly. They finally knew why the young man was so lazy. It was because he was truly disdainful. After being surprised, Jianba's face became even more ferocious. Right now, it seemed like no one was paying attention to him, which made him very angry. He felt as if he had been ruthlessly slapped in the face by Lin Ling, making him feel ashamed. After Lin Ling left the Dandelion Palace, he immediately went to look for Xian Yuan Ger and the others. What happened before was indeed quite boring to him. Yo, a 5th grade boundary origin martial art. You actually managed to comprehend it in such a short time. Your comprehension ability is too monstrous. Qianji Queen's voice came from his sleeve. Have you forgotten? I have the myriad devil eyes. Lin Ling said with a smile. I see. I am so envious. Aren't you afraid that I will gouge your left eye out while you are sleeping? Qianji Queen knew that the myriad devil eyes was extremely powerful. Although it did not seem to have any attack power, its supportive ability was one of the top 10 talents. It was even one of the 6 great godly eyes of the universe. She could not help but feel excited. However, Lin Ling's next sentence extinguished the fire in her heart. You still need my help to make a divine pill. Before that, you will not touch me. After all, if a blind man makes a divine pill for you, you can't guarantee that the divine pill will be effective. Qianji Queen cursed in her heart after hearing that. This little fox. As Lin Ling walked forward, he saw a large number of 3rd generation and last generation. They looked anxious and hurried, as if they were rushing to cultivate in seclusion. If these martial god geniuses were placed in the myriad worlds, they would be the rulers of the world. They could have anything they want. Unfortunately, in the martial god world, they're just ordinary people who work hard every day to become stronger. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. In the path of martial arts, there was no such realm. When you defeated all your opponents and enjoyed the sense of accomplishment and superiority, you suddenly realized that there were people stronger than you. You, who had been in a high position for many years, naturally wanted to surpass those people. Thus, you once again entered a state of bitter cultivation. This was the joy of martial arts. Sometimes the result was important, but the process was also very attractive. Although everyone knew this, no one could give up on the pursuit of martial arts. When the strong were angry, millions of corpses would fall. No one could give up the feeling of being a supreme existence. You should be content. As far as I know, you have just entered the Resplendent Academy. However, you are already invincible among the 3rd generation. Your growth speed is very fast. Qianji Queen suddenly said. It is still too slow. However, Lin Ling shook his head. His goal was too far away. Therefore, he would never feel that his cultivation speed was fast. After all, Tian Liuli was now above the 9 continents. At least, Lin Ling was not qualified to see her yet. Moreover, he still had some things to solve. For example, Grandma Wendao. Lin Ling also wanted to see her. Unfortunately, it required a corresponding strength. Lin Ling had a feeling that when his strength reached a certain level, he would be able to see Grandma Wendao. I wonder how Grandpa, Ear, and Mother are doing. Then, Lin Ling thought of his family and friends in his hometown. Qianji Queen was stunned. She did not expect this arrogant monster to have such a side to him. On the way, Lin Ling asked the passersby for directions. Then, he walked towards the location of the last generation examination. All the candidates of the last generation were allowed to participate in the examination. Therefore, not only were there disciples from Lin Ling's generation, but there were also disciples from the same generation as Lin Ling. The examination was very strict. After a long time, it finally came to an end. Those who passed were all overjoyed. They finally became the last generation and were qualified to enter the resplendent academy. As for those who were eliminated, their faces were filled with unwillingness as they looked enviously at those who had passed the test. Gur, how did it go? I passed. That's great, I passed too. Falling flower, flowing water sword. How about you guys? Fortunately, I did not disappoint. I'm a last generation now. Zhang wanted to make things difficult for me. Unfortunately, I will not let him do as he wishes. Xian Yuan Gu and the others walked out from the crowd. They were all very excited. This group of people had actually passed the test, causing the surrounding youths to be extremely jealous and envious. After all, only a few hundred people passed out of tens of thousands of people. Moreover, those who passed knew each other. This was a rare situation. It's those two bastards again. On the other side, a few well-dressed women walked out from the crowd. They snorted coldly as they walked. They passed as well. They'd originally thought that they were the favored daughters of the heavens in this test. But in the end, once Xin Yuan Guru and Tang Yue appeared, their brilliance immediately dimmed. Chapter 2467. You guys can't enter my eyes. You're too weak. I heard that they're from the Martial God Battalion. These two bitches are really lucky. They actually helped the Martial God Battalion gain face this time. A tall and slender woman said with disdain. She wore armor and had an exquisite figure. She was the Grand Commander of the 10,000 Phoenix Battalion. The 8 battalions were divided into the Martial God Battalion, War God Battalion, Thousand Chance Battalion, 9 Stars Battalion, Myriad Phoenix Battalion, and Heaven Tribute Battalion. These 8 battalions were under the jurisdiction of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and had given birth to many geniuses over the years. Hey, Xin Yuangu, right? Don't think that you can be proud just because you became the last generation. There are many people who became the last generation in the 8 armies. The tall and slender woman suddenly shouted, causing the surroundings to become silent. It's Ho Xiaoyan, the female genius known as the Swallow King. Many people thought to themselves. They didn't know if today's assessment was due to the overabundance of females and the decline of males. Many female geniuses were more powerful than male geniuses. Ho Xiaoyan was ranked in the top 10. Of course, compared to Xian Yuan Ger, her results were still weaker. It's those bitches. Tang Yue's beautiful eyes immediately looked over. During the assessment, she had quite a few conflicts with those bitches. Thank you for the reminder, but I'll return the same words to you. Xian Yuan Gu smiled and replied, not to be outdone. Hee. You're getting stubborn. Let me give you a piece of advice. Since we're all from the same sect, it's best for you to keep a low profile. On account of the fact that we're all from the 8 military camp, I may not pursue this matter with you. Ho Xiaoyan opened her mouth again, her words mixed with a threatening tone. It could be seen that although she was a woman, as the Grand Commander, she had her own dignity. She also wanted to tell everyone that she was the queen of the last generation. You're insane. Tang Yue smiled disdainfully. As a princess, how could she submit to others? Xian Yuan Gu was like a little witch. Naturally, she rolled her eyes and wanted to leave with a few people. Stop right there. Ho Xiaoyan was immediately furious. The few women beside her were also the same. They had never seen such an unappreciative person. That person over there is called Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword, right? Your results in this test were not as good as mine, so it will be difficult for you to rise in the Resplendent Academy. If you want to do well, then come to my side. Ho Xiaoyan sneered and said again, and go boy, join us. You'll have a much brighter future than following Xian Yuan Go. What's more, you're a dignified genius, yet you're following behind a woman. Where is your dignity as a man? Another woman said. They seemed to want the two Xian Yuan Gur to be betrayed and left alone. However, their words were very sarcastic. After all, if the chess boy and the others followed Xian Yuan Gur, they would not have the dignity of a man. But if they followed them, would they have the dignity of a man? You are all candidates for the last generation of the new batch. while we are from the previous 2 batches. In Resplendent Academy, we know a lot more people. You should consider it carefully. Don't do anything that you will regret. Isn't that right, everybody? Under the voices of those women, voices of agreement sounded from the surroundings. It was obvious that Hou Xiaoyan and the others had quite a reputation in the last generation. Of course, they had been here for many years, so it was not strange for them to have such a reputation. Unfortunately, Falling Flowers' flowing water sword and the others laughed mockingly and shook their heads. Idiots! This was because they were not following Xian Yuan Ger, but the man who followed Xian Yuan Ger, the lord above them. How audacious! What kind of bewitching potion did Xian Yuan Ger and Tang Yue feed them? When they heard the disdainful voice, Hou Xiaoyan and the others instantly clenched their teeth. They originally wanted to establish their might, but in the end, they were rejected. Those 2 women from Xian Yuan Ger were really troublemakers. Xiaoyan, did you pass? However, at this moment, a smile suddenly sounded, and a young man with long purple hair and 2 horns on his head slowly walked over. This person was extremely handsome, and he was already wearing a green robe. A green robe? This was obviously the last generation. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. When she saw this, Hou Xiaoyan immediately exclaimed and revealed a charming smile. The latter had the bloodline of the Duan clan in the Western Territory, and his inheritance had been passed down since ancient times. He was young, but he was already the first deputy general of the 8 armies Heaven Tribute Camp. Among all the geniuses in the 8 armies' previous batches, he was the strongest. In fact, he was indeed formidable. In just a few short years after becoming the last generation, he was already ranked 3rd among all the last generations. It's Duan Ling Tian. Many of the last generations in the surroundings exclaimed in surprise. They obviously knew Duan Ling Tian. This was a genius whose strength and identity surpassed them. Senior brother Duan Ling Tian, we've all passed. However, there were 2 bitches who mocked us. They'd gone too far, Hou Xiaoyan said sweetly. She no longer had the domineering aura from before. Oh, so arrogant? The young man frowned slightly. It's them. They're from the martial god camp. Hou Xiaoyan pointed at Xian Yuan Ger and the others. Moreover, she looked at Xian Yuan Ger and said indifferently, You went too far? However, now that my boyfriend is here, he'll definitely uphold justice for me. Boyfriend? It was obvious she was showing off on purpose. Even so, this still caused the eyes of the last generations and the surroundings to be filled with reverence. They did not expect Hou Xiaoyan to have such a powerful background. The gazes from the surroundings made Hou Xiaoyan puff out her chest proudly as joy filled her heart. You bully my woman? Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian said as he looked at Xian Yuan Ger and the others. His voice was calm, but it contained an indescribable, domineering aura. However, after carefully looking at Xian Yuan Ger and the others, Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed. Compared to Hou Xiaoyan, the 2 women seemed to be more attractive, especially the little devil. Her facial features were exquisite, and her body was delicate. It was very tempting. Naturally, with so many people around, it was impossible for him to take the initiative to invite them. Therefore, he remained indifferent. Moreover, he believed with his identity and strength, Xian Yuan Ger and the others would make the right choice. Perhaps the 2 women would take the initiative to come to him tomorrow. We bullied her. Xian Yuan Ger and Tang Yue looked at each other and could not help but laugh. Previously, they could not be bothered with Hou Xiaoyan. It was Hou Xiaoyan who did not let them off. Who was the one bullying who? As expected, birds of a feather flocked together. No, it should be snakes and rats from the same nest. Xian Yuan Ger and Tang Yue said one after another. As soon as these words left their mouth, the expressions of the people in the surroundings changed slightly. They did not expect the 2 women to be so arrogant, even with Duan Ling Tian around. Were they seeking death? Hou Xiaoyan, on the other hand, was furious. She immediately said to Duan Ling Tian in a sweet voice, Look at them. They're too rude. Brother Ling Tian, you must stand up for us. In truth, Duan Ling Tian was not very angry. Instead, he felt Xian Yuan Gur and the others were very unique. I'm a very reasonable person. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. Now that you're in the wrong, but you refuse to admit it, I think you must have something to rely on. All right, show me your reliance. Chapter 2468. Ummerman. Too weak. Along with the last two words, the surrounding air seemed to have become oppressive. These two words were bold and domineering. But many people nodded, as possessing a strength in the top 3 of the last generation with sufficient qualifications to say these words. As expected of senior brother Ling Tian, Ho Xiaoyan couldn't help but laugh. Her narrow and long eyes swept the crowd, and she almost shouted out loudly, "See, this is my man, Xian Yuan Gu, Tang Yue. I couldn't compare to you in the test earlier, but in terms of men, can you compare to me?" At this moment, her vanity was greatly satisfied, but she thought that Xian Yuan Gu and the others would be afraid. However, she was going to be disappointed. Xian Yuan Gu and the others seemed as if they didn't know who Duan Ling Tian was, and they only smiled indifferently, a smile that didn't care at all. Don't compare, men. All of you can't compare to her. Meanwhile, a light laugh drifted out, and everyone saw that the person who spoke was the Moonlight Swordsman. This genius's results in the test this time were not bad, so his words carried weight. But in terms of men, the men of Xian Yuan Gu were more formidable. This was a joke. Could it be that you want to say it's you? Ho Xiaoyan glanced at the Moonlight Swordsman with a gaze filled with contempt. However, the Moonlight Swordsman shook his head and didn't explain anything. Looks like all of you insist on being stubborn. Perhaps all of you don't know what the last generation is, or what the top 3 are. Perhaps all of you think that since you've become the last generation, your strength and status are very high. Unfortunately, all of you are thinking too simply. The Resplendent Academy is filled with geniuses, and the depth of this water is beyond your imagination. Duan Ling Tian didn't get angry from the beginning until the end, because he really couldn't get angry when facing these ignorant new students. All of you will see what the top 3 of the last generation is. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure moved like a ripple that floated towards Xian Yuan Gu, shapeless and colorless, extremely graceful. What a strange movement technique. Many people's pupils constricted when they saw this, as they were unable to see through that martial technique. I won't harm you. After all, it doesn't conform to my identity, but I'll tell all of you what reality is. An indistinct voice floated out from Duan Ling Tian's mouth at the same time, and it seemed as if it floated out from the chaos of the universe. Xian Yuan Gu and the others didn't expect that Duan Ling Tian would suddenly make a move. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's strength to the point that they were unable to react. However, right at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Xian Yuan Gu, and his palm had silently stretched out. Slap! The wave-like figure was immediately caught. His fist was caught by a palm. Instantly, Duan Ling Tian's pupils squinted. Who's this person? He's actually able to see through my water ripple realm technique. He couldn't help but raise his head, and he saw a tall young man standing before him. The young man had long hair tied behind his head, and he was handsome and extraordinary. Moreover, the young man's calm eyes were looking at him indifferently. Are you seeking death? The person who appeared in front of Xian Yuan Gu was Lin Ling. Who are you? Although his fist was caught, Duan Ling Tian was not afraid because Xian Yuan Gu was not wearing the green robe that represented the last generation. Umberman, Lin Ling said indifferently. You seem to want to make a move on my woman. Scram. Xian Yuan Gu. Bang. Duan Ling Tian fell to the ground like a kite with its string cut. His face was covered in dust, and it caused the surroundings to fall silent. Duan Ling Tian possessed the strength of the 3rd strongest person in the last generation, and yet he was defeated with just one move. Ho Xiaoyan was stunned as well. She could not believe her eyes. Lin Ling, you're here. Xianxia was the only one who could not help but smile. She was overjoyed because she liked that sentence very much. I'm her man. This sentence was domineering and powerful, but it was filled with determination. At this moment, her heart was filled with pride. Compared to her man, Ho Xiaoyan's man was like the light of a firefly. Ho Xiaoyan did not expect the young man would suddenly appear and send her man flying. She hurriedly asked worriedly, Brother Ling Tian, are you all right? I'm fine. I'm fine. I was careless for a moment. Duan Ling Tian stood up with a slightly savage expression. He stared at Lin Ling and said, You're from a martial god camp as well. Yes, I'm the first deputy general of the martial god camp. I'm also the strongest person in all the camps this year. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lord Eighth had told him about this before, so he was certain. Haha, interesting. I'm a #1 genius in all the camps as well. However, I'm a few years older than you. In this way, you can be considered as half a junior brother of mine. Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh. He was wondering who Xianxia was, but it turned out that Xianxia was merely the #1 genius in the 8 armies this year. As long as Xianxia was a genius this year, he had nothing to fear. It's not that I'm arrogant, but you want to be my senior brother? You're still far from it. Also, don't compare me to you. You're too useless. You've been around for a few years, but you're still at the end of the generation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not give him any face. After all, not only did he represent the martial god camp, but he also represented the men of the Xianxia. Therefore, he would not embarrass the Xianxia. This was different from the universal combat tablet test. This time, he had to fight. Haha, arrogant. It's been a long time since I've seen such an arrogant person. Is there no one else in the martial god camp? Duan Ling Tian laughed, even louder. You don't have to worry about whether there's anyone in the martial god camp or not. Let's fight now. I can guarantee that you'll kneel and beg for mercy within 3 moves. Lin Ling was still laughing as his frivolous voice drifted out. Within 3 moves. This sentence undoubtedly caused the Xianxia to laugh excitedly. She felt proud when she saw her man fighting for her. On the other hand, the falling flowers at Flowing Water Sword and the others were also excited. They believed Lin Ling from the martial god camp would win the battle between the #1 genius of the 8 armies. 3 moves? Huh. Duan Ling Tian laughed even louder. Do you want me to give you 3 moves? In fact, the result is the same whether you give me 3 moves or not. Therefore, I'll make the first move. Lin Ling shook his head and took a step forward. His godly devil body descended as he punched out. The air exploded with just one punch. Duan Ling Tian was still laughing, but his smile froze. He could see Lin Ling was extraordinary just by looking at that punch. 3,000 worlds ripple. Boom! He waved his hands, and a huge amount of world origins surged out and formed a 1-meter-wide whirlpool. If this whirlpool was placed in the sky, it would be able to suck an entire world into it. Let's see how you're going to break it. Duan Ling Tian roared. Even an ordinary 3rd-generation powerhouse wouldn't dare to underestimate this move. 3rd-generation powerhouse. Lin Ling was too lazy to waste his breath. Even if Duan Ling Tian was a 3rd-generation powerhouse, he still wouldn't take him seriously. Bang! Duan Ling Tian's fist blasted toward the whirlpool. Although the whirlpool did not explode, it still blocked his fist. What? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. He thought this move would be enough to shatter Lin Ling's arm, but reality did not develop as he expected. Sword. Sword. However, Lin Ling's attack could be described as a storm. Since his fist was useless, he drew his ancient sword. Swoosh. Chapter 2469. Senior isn't afraid. Bang. In the next moment, Lin Ling's arm spun, and the ancient sword's blade was withdrawn. The body of the sword transformed into a door that fiercely whipped towards Duan Ling Tian, causing Duan Ling Tian's pupils to squint. Why is this Lin Ling's ability like a storm? At this moment of desperation, he exploded out with a formidable martial technique. Torrent Critical Strike. A terrifying roar sounded out from behind him, and his boundary essence transformed into a torrent that wanted to destroy everything. Unfortunately, it was useless. Swoosh! A sword strike slashed through everything. Bang! After the torrent was slashed apart, the enormous body of the sword smashed on a Duan Ling Tian's body, causing him to spit out blood and be blasted flying. Bang! After smashing onto the ground, he instantly lost the ability to fight, and his face was filled with terror. Never had he imagined that Lin Ling's strength would be so formidable. 3 moves have ended. Bang! Lin Ling instead held his sword as he moved forward, and there wasn't a trace of complacency on his face. Because defeating Duan Ling Tian was something he really didn't feel there was anything to be proud of. Bang! When he arrived before Duan Ling Tian, a large sword fiercely stabbed down. Moreover, it stabbed between Duan Ling Tian's legs, and it was just a little bit away from the vital part. I don't care what kind of second-generation rich kid you are, nor do I care what bullshit genius you are from the 8 Division's army. Now you only have one choice: apologize to my woman. Lin Ling looked down at Duan Ling Tian, who was beneath his feet, as he spoke indifferently. I haven't lost. How can I apologize? Duan Ling Tian instantly roared in rage. Today, he represented Ho Xiaoyan's man, and also represented their army. But in the end, he was utterly defeated, and this was something he couldn't swallow. Haha, as expected of someone from the army, you have backbone. But I like it very much, so I'll sever that part. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into an evil smile, and the sword in his hand moved forward slightly, getting closer to Duan Ling Tian's vital part. That coldness directly caused Duan Ling Tian's entire body to tremble. If that part was severed, wouldn't he be unable to do that kind of thing in the future? How would he face others in the future? Wait! Duan Ling Tian shouted loudly in terror, and his voice sounded as if he was rushing to be reincarnated. Too late. However, Lin Ling responded with a cold smile and drew out his sword. No! Duan Ling Tian cried out in pain as tears streamed down his face. Moreover, the smell of urine wafted out as well. He was so frightened that he fainted. The number 1 genius of the 8th Battalion? Lin Ling stared blankly for a moment, then laughed mockingly. He didn't slash down, but withdrew his sword. In fact, he was only trying to scare Duan Ling Tian. Who knew Duan Ling Tian would be so weak? I feel ashamed to have you as my opponent. After that, Lin Ling turned around and walked towards Xianxia. The surroundings were in a state of silence, and no one could believe their own eyes. A last-generation ranked 3rd was defeated just like that. He was so scared that he wet his pants. This was too inconceivable. He's so strong. So he's Xianxia man. He's really powerful. I'm so envious of Xianxia. I think that young man's strength can be ranked among the 3rd generation. Haha, Ho Xiaoyan is actually comparing men with Xianxia. She's just asking to be humiliated. The scene before their eyes was too shocking for the last generation. Therefore, they were all in awe. Some of the women's eyes were filled with longing, and some of them were even bold enough to secretly flirt with Lin Ling naturally. All of them were ignored by Lin Ling. With Xianxia around, he did not dare to act recklessly. Otherwise, this little devil would definitely chop him into pieces. Lin Ling. As for Xianxia, she looked at Lin Ling excitedly. Although she was not a vain woman, this was the happiest moment for a woman. She believed that not many women would dislike those admiring gazes. Therefore, she was very proud. Most importantly, Ho Xiaoyan had angered her earlier. Now, she wanted to see what Ho Xiaoyan had to say. Naturally, Ho Xiaoyan had nothing to say. Lin Ling, how dare you? Who allowed you to cause trouble in the last generation's assessment? However, right at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly resounded, and then a middle-aged man walked over furiously. Surprisingly, it was Senior Zhongwen, because he was the one who presided over the test today, so he'd witnessed all of this as well. Seeing this, Everyone immediately bowed and began to worry about Lin Ling. Ho Xiaoyan seemed to have found a life-saving straw. She hurried to Senior Zhang Wen's side and exaggerated Lin Ling's faults. Haha, bullying some newcomers is nothing. Lin Ling, it seems like you're just SOSO. Besides Senior Zhang, one was a young man. He wore a red robe, and he was also staring at Lin Ling with a face full of resentment. The third generation, the red robe, represented the identity of the third generation. This person seemed to be extremely resentful towards Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had seen him before. He was Xianxia, who had been driven out of the Dandelion Palace not long ago. What else do you have to say now? After Zhang Wen heard Ho Xiaoyan's story, he immediately pointed at Lin Ling and scolded him. He was very unhappy when he saw this guy because he still owed money to Qing Zhoufu Xing. All of this was caused by Lin Ling. He had been trying to find a way to get at Lin Ling's weakness. He did not expect Lin Ling to take the initiative to come to him. What else is there to say? Lin Ling stared at Zhang Wen. He was also unhappy with the latter. Not long ago, the incident at his market was caused by the latter. Therefore, he pointed at his mouth and said, "It's none of your business." As soon as he said this, there was an uproar. Zhang Wen was the host of this assessment. Everyone thought that since he was here, Lin Ling would definitely be submissive. However, who knew that Lin Ling was not even afraid of a senior? He simply said, "It's none of your business." His attitude could be described as fearless. This guy, Ho Xiaoyan, was stunned on the spot. The men of the Xianyuangu are so bold. She instantly compared Duan Ling Tian to Lin Ling and instantly noticed that one was from the latrine and the other was the chosen child of the heavens. Zhang would naturally never imagine that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. You what? Are you mute? As a senior, you can't speak clearly. How will you teach a junior? Could it be that when you were born, your mother fed you milk and you didn't drink it, so your mother slapped you to the point you stuttered? Lin Ling spoke successively. Zhang Wen never imagined that the disciple he tested in the past would reach the extent of pointing at his nose and scolding him. For a time, he was speechless. The hearts of the surrounding spectators rumbled. The men of the Xianyuangu are really daring. After all, they'd already seen a snobbish man like Zhang Wen during the assessment, and he made it difficult for them. Unfortunately, the latter was a senior, so they couldn't speak of their suffering. Now, when they saw Lin Ling scolding him without restraint, they felt carefree in their hearts. Lin Ling, is this how you treat a senior of the academy? Qianxia never imagined that Lin Ling would be so arrogant as well. You seem to be a third-generation junior, right? What do you mean by walking together with this Zhang Wen? Could it be that there's some sort of relationship between the two of you that can't be explained clearly? But Lin Ling sneered once more, and his words carried ridicule. Chapter 2470. Go eat shit. You're courting death. What do I have to do with him? Bullshit. What do we have to do with each other? Zhang Wen and Qianxia cursed at the same time, especially Qianxia. He was driven away by Lin Ling, and now he was being scolded by Lin Ling. He couldn't take this lying down. Lin Ling, I want to challenge you. 3 moves, 5 moves, it doesn't matter. I'll make you regret coming to Resplendent Academy. Qianxia's eyes turned red when he thought of this. He roared as though he had lost his mind. Flames shot up into the sky from his body. His powerful strength proved that he was a genuine third generation. Moreover, his strength was not weak among the third generation. What a powerful strength. That young man is in trouble. This young man is really fearless. He defeated Duan Ling Tian, and now he's offended the third generation. This is going to be a little troublesome. Although the Academy doesn't allow death battles, the Academy won't care about teaching someone a lesson. The people in the surroundings broke out in cold sweat for Lin Ling. They knew Lin Ling was this year's last generation. However, how could the last generation be a match for the third generation? Xianyuangu, quickly ask your man to leave. Someone said to Xianyuangu. However, when he looked at Xianyuangu, he was shocked to see Xianyuangu and the others were calm, as though they were not worried at all. I've been waiting for you to say this for a long time. Lin Ling took the initiative to speak. He took a step forward and shot toward Xianxia. If the old man had not chased Xianxia away in Dandelion Main Hall, Lin Ling would have taught him a lesson. Evil flame change. Lin Ling shouted out in his heart. With his current strength, he could already erupt with the power of an 8th-level World King's World Essence. In addition to evil flame change, his power of World Essence could reach the 9th level of the World King realm. No matter what kind of genius Xianxia was, he would be crippled when he met Lin Ling. At this moment, Xianxia's heart trembled when he saw Lin Ling pouncing toward him. An illusion appeared in his mind. Lin Ling was not afraid of him at all. Instead, he was waiting for him to speak before challenging him. This must be an illusion, a last generation challenging a third generation. Even Zhang Wen's eyes narrowed. He knew that Lin Ling had defeated Xianxia. However, Xianxia was obviously stronger. Did Lin Ling still want to defeat Xianxia? Dream. This must be a dream. Phaseless fire. The attack was already in sight, and Xianxia also erupted with a powerful strength. The two great flames collided violently. One was golden, while the other was multicolored. The powerful shockwave directly flipped many people over. Everyone's jaws dropped. They weren't surprised that Xianxia was strong, but Xin Yuangu's man was also so strong. He was actually on par with Xianxia. Xianxia's surprised voice drifted out from the collision of the flames. It's too late to know now. Eat shit. Lin Ling's voice drifted out. His hand reached out from the flames. He was not afraid of Xianxia's flames at all. He grabbed his neck and smashed him to the ground. This smash was simple and direct. It was simple and violent. Boom! At the same time, a flame burst out like a volcano erupting. Then, from the colorful flames, a slender figure slowly walked out. It was as if time had stopped. When the flames gradually disappeared, people saw a deep hole in the ground. Xianxia, who was wearing a red robe, had been smashed unconscious. One move. The third generation was also smashed to the ground. This Lin Ling was a freak. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of people sucking in cold air was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. Ho Xiaoyan's face was pale, and she was so scared that she fell to the ground. Compared to Lin Ling, her man was hundreds of times weaker. Of course, the most surprised person was Zhang Wen. He knew that Xianxia was ranked in the top 20 among the third generation. He also had an awakened divine body from the Grand Court Commandery. However, such a genius was still defeated. Could it be that Lin Ling had no limits? Could it be that Lin Ling had held back when he defeated the 36 World Kings? Of course. After being surprised, Zhang Wen roared angrily. Very well. It was just a spar, but you hurt someone. Today, I will punish you on behalf of the Resplendent Academy. He sensed that Lin Ling's growth was too fast. After all, he had personally presided over the assessment not long ago. Lin Ling had killed his way into the third generation, and his strength was ranked high. Therefore, he could not let Lin Ling rise again. Otherwise, he would not have the chance to kill Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was monstrous, it was not difficult for him to kill Lin Ling. Senior Zhang Wen, I advise you to think about the pros and cons before you attack me. Otherwise, you will regret it. Facing Zhang Wen's murderous intent, Lin Ling's face was extremely calm. Just you? What a joke. Zhang Wen sneered. He did not believe Lin Ling's words at all. Whoosh. At this time, Lin Ling threw out a jade pendant. Zhang Wen immediately caught it with one hand. Without looking at it, a powerful force burst out and broke the jade pendant. Is this your last move before you die? Zhang Wen said with a ferocious expression. He threw away the broken jade pendant. Lin Ling could not help but be astonished. You destroyed the jade pendant? Do you think it's a powerful weapon? Let me tell you, even if you have a celestial artifact, I can still destroy it. Zhang Wen shouted coldly. Without hesitation, he grabbed at Lin Ling with his big hand. He wanted to kill Lin Ling with this grab. His face was filled with a maniacal smile. Lin Ling, you made me lose so much money. Today, I will take it back with interest. You should regret messing with me. However, Lin Ling did not do anything in the face of Zhang Wen's attack. Instead, he stopped Queen Xianxia from helping him. He did not believe that Zhang Wen would dare to attack him in the Resplendent Academy. Zhang Wen was a second-generation genius in the past, meaning that he was an old genius while Lin Ling was a rising genius. Who was more important? He believed that Resplendent Academy would make the right choice. Therefore, he wanted to take a gamble and see if the people in the Resplendent Academy were all old fools. After all, he was in the right today. Apparently, he had made the right bet. Lin Ling, the higher-ups of the Academy have informed you to prepare for the battle in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. You are not allowed to refuse. At this moment, a majestic voice was heard. In the next moment, a sword appeared in front of Lin Ling. It was a sword that seemed to have an ancient history. The sword was pointed at Zhang Wen. If Zhang Wen continued to attack, this sword would take his life. The higher-ups of the Academy have already paid attention to Lin Ling. Zhang Wen. Try moving again. A cold voice was heard at the same time. Zhang Wen immediately stopped moving. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. When he looked up, he saw that it was the first-generation senior dandelion. This female swordsman was the most ruthless. If he moved again, she might really kill him. Senior Dandelion, what happened? Zhang Wen asked nervously. Lin Ling has created the first record in the Sword Principle Department. The Academy believes that he should participate in the battle in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Therefore, during this period, no one is allowed to disturb him. Senior Dandelion said coldly. The first record? Chapter 2471. The Academy's arrangements, moreover, he has a second-generation potential token, which means that he's an extremely precious genius among the third generation. Don't you know that? Senior Dandelion added. I really don't know. He didn't tell me. Zhang Wen almost knelt down and kowtowed. He felt wronged. Hearing this, Senior Dandelion looked at Lin Ling with a questioning gaze. He's very powerful. He broke the jade token I gave him and told me proudly that the token was weak. However, I also feel that the Resplendent Academy is one of the three great academies. How can the token that represents one's identity be broken so easily? Lin Ling smiled. Zhang Wen's heart rumbled when he heard this. He carefully turned his head and realized that the token Lin Ling threw to him had been broken in half. Previously, he thought that the jade pendant was Lin Ling's dying attack on him. Plop! In the next moment, he knelt down with a pale face. There was only pain and regret in his heart. In fact, he had already given Lin Ling a very high evaluation. He had gotten first place in both exams and was the last-generation candidate. Lin Ling's strength was enough to fight against the third generation. He could be said to be the fastest genius in the history of the Resplendent Academy. But who would have thought that his evaluation was still too low? Lin Ling had actually broken the first-place record of the Sword Dao Department. This caused him to not even look at the Jade token. It seems that Lin Ling has already announced the Jade token. Zhang Wen, it's your fault for not looking at the Jade token. Now that you've destroyed it, what kind of punishment do you want? Do you want an arm broken? Or a fine? Senior Dandelion frowned and said. Zhang Wen had attacked Lin Ling. She could let him off because he didn't know, but he had dared to destroy the second-generation potential token. How bold! Fine again? Zhang Wen felt dizzy and almost fainted. However, when Senior Dandelion raised her sword, he instantly sobered up. I'm willing to pay the fine. After saying this, his heart was bleeding, because the money he owed Fuxing Manor had not been paid off yet, and now he was going to owe another huge sum of money. All right, 10 million deity crystals. Especially after Senior Dandelion's next sentence, Zhang Wen fainted. When they saw Senior Zhang Wen fainting, Qian Shun being defeated, and Duan Ling Tian being scared to the point he pissed his pants, the surrounding people were shocked to the extreme. They never imagined that even Senior Zhang Wen would be killed by Lin Ling. Although they knew the Azure Prefecture was filled with geniuses, and there were countless people who could repeatedly create miracles, these were only rumors. Only by witnessing it with their own eyes would they know how shocking it was. And now, such a miracle creator had appeared beside them, and it was only the last generation of this generation. Lin Ling, let's go. Senior Dandelion looked at Lin Ling and said indifferently. Lin Ling nodded and left with Xian Yuangu and the others. Xian Yuangu, Er's men are more powerful than we thought. Did you hear that? That senior seems to have said that he created the first record in the Kendo department. TSK. Even a third generation couldn't create those records, but he succeeded. It seems like he's the most arrogant person among the last generation. Everyone exclaimed in surprise as they looked at Xian Yuangu, with even more envy. Xian Yuangu, naturally, noticed the gazes behind her. She puffed out her chest and walked forward proudly. This moment belonged to Lin Ling, and naturally, it also belonged to her. As for Lin Ling, before he left, he looked at Hou Xiaoyan coldly, causing her to tremble and her face to turn pale. Lin Ling was telling her that Xian Yuangu was not to be bullied by anyone. Since it was her first offense, he would spare her life today. However, there would be no next time. Plop. Hou Xiaoyan was so frightened that she fell to the ground and remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Lin Ling left with Senior Dandelion. Your strength isn't the strongest in the Resplendent Academy, but your cultivation speed is the fastest in the history of the Resplendent Academy. Now, the higher-ups of the Resplendent Academy are paying attention to you. I hope you can maintain this speed and reach new heights. Senior Dandelion smiled at Lin Ling. Her smile was very beautiful and had a unique style. After all, she was a woman as cold as a sword. Her smile was very rare, but it was also very heartwarming. If Jianba and the others were here, they would definitely gnash their teeth in jealousy because they had known Senior Dandelion for many years, but she had never smiled at them. Thank you, Senior. I will continue to work hard. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. Senior Dandelion's eyes flashed. Lin Ling's cultivation speed was unprecedented, but in the martial god world, there were many geniuses like Lin Ling who rose like a comet. However, in the end, most of them lacked momentum and were drowned in the end. She hoped that Lin Ling wasn't one of those geniuses who rose like crazy in the early stages, but lacked momentum. With your strength, I'm afraid there are few opponents in the third generation. Therefore, the Academy ordered you to participate in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's drill ground battle. Senior Dandelion said again. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. So far, there were already a few people who had invited him to participate, so he wouldn't refuse. Moreover, his strength wasn't few opponents in the third generation. He had long been invincible in the third generation. When he returned from the rising sun boundary, there was no need to mention now. Lin Ling. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Ancestor Dragon Granny walked over with 9 Void Cicada, and her face was full of joy. Obviously, they also knew that Lin Ling had created the first record in the Sword Dao department. This greatly increased Ancestor Dragon Granny's face. After all, Lin Ling was a genius she had recommended. Senior Dandelion immediately bowed to Ancestor Dragon Granny. She had the same status as the latter, but she was much younger. After the two chatted for a while, Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at Lin Ling and said, "It seems that you can't avoid the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's drill ground battle. In fact, this is only a battle to test the geniuses of the 3 academies. There will be the 3rd generation and 2nd generation. Yu and the others will also appear there. The reason why the Academy forced you to participate is to let you know the strength of the 2nd generation. At least it can broaden your horizons. Of course, there's another reason. You are currently a 3rd generation, but you haven't gone through the assessment. Therefore, this is also the time for you to prove yourself. As long as you defeat 3 3rd generation, you can truly become a 3rd generation. As long as you become a 3rd generation, there's nothing for you to do next. What's left is the confrontation between the strongest 3rd generation of the 3 academies, as well as the 2nd generation's newcomers." Ancestor Dragon Granny explained. In her opinion, Lin Ling's growth was crazy, but compared to the strongest 3rd generation of the 3 academies, Lin Ling was still some distance away. "Is there a reward?" Lin Ling asked curiously. Hearing this, Ancestor Dragon Granny and Dandelion looked at each other and couldn't help but smile bitterly. This guy was also a miser. No, this is the time for the geniuses of the three academies to display their strength in front of the experts of the great Azure Divine Dynasty. So there's no reward. So that's the case. Then there's no meaning. However, Yu and the others will come. I'll definitely go to the drill ground battle. Lin Ling wasn't interested because his goal was to become a second generation. The competition between the strongest third generation was nothing to him. Chapter 2472, 10 Breaths of Time. Although Lin Ling wasn't a third-generation descendant, the Academy had already treated him as one. Thus, he had his own mansion within Resplendent Academy. As for Xianxia and the others, they all moved in. Moreover, in the following period of time, Lin Ling also went to the city square. The city square's business became increasingly good, causing Lin Ling's monthly income to rise by a great deal. And in the following month, Lin Ling was surprised by something. This was because Sword Immortal Firmament and the others had brought several people with them. They were Little Flame, Princess Huoling, and the others. They had also given birth to a world origin seed and had officially stepped into Martial God World. After the pleasant surprise, Lin Ling also asked about his hometown. What made him feel at ease was that nothing major had happened in his hometown. Everything was fine. This meant that Lin Ling only needed to prepare for the upcoming battle with the great Azure Divine Dynasty. In the following months, Lin Ling once again entered a state of bitter cultivation. Falling flowers and flowing water couldn't help but be convinced. After all, Lord Lin Ling was already so strong, and yet he still didn't forget to cultivate. This diligence left them ashamed. Blue skies and white clouds, the sun shined down. In the skies of Resplendent Academy, a mysterious ray of light illuminated the earth, causing everyone who bathed in this light to feel extremely comfortable. Lin Ling, I will give you an incense stick of time. Immediately come to the forest south of Blue Province. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. On this day, Lin Ling was cultivating in his mansion, but an angry roar suddenly resounded in his ears, interrupting Lin Ling's cultivation. A trace of blood leaked out from the corners of his mouth. If one was interrupted in the middle of cultivation, then the best-case scenario was that the spiritual energy in their dantian would become chaotic. And now, Lin Ling was attacking the 6th stage of the World King realm. Since he was interrupted, he naturally suffered a great deal of injuries. His eyes opened, filled with anger. This newcomer had such overbearing methods. Hee, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you'd better come here obediently. Otherwise, your family and friends in the market will all die. Moreover, Xianxia and the others will also die. Don't question whether I have such means. If I want to play with you, it's easy and simple. That voice laughed sinisterly, as if it was a vengeful spirit. However, Lin Ling could tell that it was Zhang. Moreover, the other party was threatening him. If Lin Ling did not do as Zhang said, then Xianxia and the others would be in danger. Don't even think about telling the academy. It's useless. As if sensing Lin Ling's thoughts, Zhang Wen's voice drifted out again. However, this time, Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. This was because Zhang Wen had touched Lin Ling's reverse scale. He knew that Zhang Wen couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die. However, as a martial artist, as a man, if he had any grievances, he should take them out on Lin Ling. What was the point of threatening his family and friends? Senior Zhang Wen, we don't have any great enmity between us. Must you force me into a dead end? Lin Ling said calmly. Haha, are you begging for mercy? Unfortunately, it's too late. Are you coming or not? If you don't come, you'll definitely regret it. Zhang Wen sneered. All right, I'll be there in the time it takes for a joss stick to burn. Lin Ling stood up, and his eyes turned even colder. He had to go. After all, Zhang Wen was in the dark, and Lin Ling was in the light. If Zhang Wen secretly attacked Xianxia and the others, then Lin Ling wouldn't be able to guard against it. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't dare to gamble. After all, if he lost, Xianxia and the others would die. Therefore, Lin Ling had to get rid of Zhang Wen, this hidden danger. Zhang Wen, you're courting death. Lin Ling left the mansion and headed towards First Ring City. Along the way, the last generations he met all bowed respectfully to Lin Ling, but Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to them. Those third generations had also heard of Lin Ling's name and also greeted him. However, Lin Ling also ignored them. That was because he didn't have much time, only an incense stick's worth of time. This Lin Ling is so arrogant. We took the initiative to greet him, but he actually ignored us. He's just a newcomer, and he's so arrogant with just a little bit of achievement. I think he won't go far. What can we do? His rise is fast, and he's also ranked in the top 20 among the third generations. If you're unwilling, then try to defeat him. Just ranked 20, and he's not the strongest third generation. Those third generations coldly snorted, thinking that Lin Ling didn't know how to appreciate favors. Of course, they were even more jealous. As for Lin Ling, he madly rushed out of Radiant Academy and arrived at First Ring City. Then, he left Blue Province and headed south. A moment later, a dense forest appeared in front of him. Lin Ling shot down. In the forest, two figures were already waiting. One was Zhang Wen and the other was Xianxia. When Lin Ling appeared, they couldn't help but be startled. This was because they didn't think that Lin Ling would really come. After all, this was the same as throwing away his life. Zhang Wen was extremely cautious. He looked all around, afraid that Lin Ling had brought Ancestor Dragon Granny and the others with him. However, all was quiet. Lin Ling seemed to have come alone. He is only at the 5th level of the World King realm. Although he is strong, how could he be Senior Zhang Wen's match? Senior Zhang Wen is already at the peak of the World King realm. Killing Lin Ling is as easy as flipping his hand. This Lin Ling really came. Xianxia still couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He didn't think that killing Lin Ling would be so easy. Zhang Wen couldn't help but feel excited. But he still asked, Lin Ling, did you really come alone? In the forest, Lin Ling stood tall like a pine tree. His blue robes were as mysterious as the clouds in the horizon, but his eyes were icy cold. He lightly said, You only have 10 breaths of time. Leave behind your last words, otherwise you will regret it. Leave behind our last words? Zhang Wen and Xianxia glanced at each other. They couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia looked at Lin Ling with contempt, as if he were looking at a dead man. He lightly said, You said that we only have 10 breaths of time. So you want us to leave behind our last words? He felt that these words should be said to them, right? Therefore, he almost thought that he had heard wrongly. You have 8 breaths of time left. However, Lin Ling's expression was cold as he calmly replied, Ha! It seems that you've gone mad. Xianxia finally confirmed Lin Ling's words. However, he laughed even louder. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, you must have been scared silly. But if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not understanding etiquette. You didn't even give me a gift. Now that you're going to die by my hand, you can die without regrets. Zhang Wen shook his head. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and confidence. It was as if he wanted to kill Lin Ling, and Lin Ling couldn't resist at all. 6 breaths. However, Lin Ling's eyes remained unchanged. Senior Zhang Wen, make your move. Xianxia didn't want to waste his breath. He was even a little excited because the enemy of Tating Commandery was going to die in front of his eyes today. In the beginning, Tating Commandery had disdained Lin Ling. Then, they started to value him. Now, they had reached the point where they had to kill him. This was because Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Moreover, he had quietly gained a foothold in the martial god realm. Chapter 2473. Queen Xinji takes action. Lin Ling, after you die, I will take good care of your family and friends, especially that Xian Yuan Ger. I will make her happy. Zhang Wendo angrily shouted out. At the same time, a powerful aura erupted from him. With a peak World King realm cultivation as well as a first-grade awakened divine body, he didn't need to frown to kill Lin Ling 3 breaths. Hearing Zhang Wen's words, Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. At the same time, Zhang Wen's terrifying aura pressed down on him like the might of the heavens. As the second generation of the past, Zhang Wen's strength was indeed impressive. He wasn't someone that Lin Ling could fight against at the moment. Regret, feel pain, and groan. The waters of the martial god world are deep. If you don't know how to be a man, then you must die. Bang! Countless palms seemed to turn into countless worlds, grabbing at Lin Ling. If they hit, Lin Ling would be crushed. Time's up. Bang! However, at this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. Queen Xianxia, kill them. Bang! One ugly guy. You can't win in a face-to-face fight, so you play dirty tricks? Queen Xianxia, despise such people the most. Bang! Just as the countless palms were about to grab Lin Ling, an enormous aura soared into the sky, causing all the trees in the forest to fly backward. Moreover, a spider web enveloped Lin Ling like a heavenly silk, firmly protecting him within. At the same time, the white silk in the sky cut everything, forming a giant spider web that covered the entire forest. Then, a giant figure appeared, as if a Spider King had arrived. This Spider King was very delicate, and it had the charm of a woman. However, the king's aura was also very strong. It looked at Zhang Wen and Xian Yuan Go as if they were ants. At this moment, Zhang Wen used a powerful martial art, but all of it hit the spider web, and all of its power disappeared. At this moment, both of them were completely stunned. True God Realm. This was a true God Realm powerhouse. Buzz! Buzz! At the same time, a large number of poisonous creatures appeared around them. There were centipedes, spiders, snakes, and so on, and each of them was like a god, protecting the Spider King. This was the descent of the gods. Divine body, a real divine body. Zhang Wen's face turned pale when he saw this. That was because having the characteristics of the descent of the gods represented a godly body, which was even more terrifying than having an awakened godly body. As a genius of grand court commandery, Qian Shun had naturally seen such a formidable talent before. His lips trembled. Lin Ling is only at the 5th stage of the World King realm. Why would he have a true immortal realm powerhouse by his side? Moreover, that powerhouse isn't an ordinary powerhouse. He has a divine body. At this moment, his heart was like dead ashes. He knew that he had no chance of winning. Senior Zhang Wen was only at the peak of the World King realm, but the person behind Lin Ling was at the true divinity realm. How could they fight? Kill them, Queen of Qianji, Lin Ling said indifferently, ignoring the two's surprise. Run! When he heard this, Zhang Wen's expression changed violently, and he transformed into a gust of wind that flew towards the distance. Unfortunately, could he escape? Right now, an inescapable net had been set up here. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless spider webs sealed the heavens and the earth as powerful primal chaos energy filled the air. These spider webs seemed to be born from the primal chaos of the universe. As for primal chaos force, it was a force that was even stronger than world essence. No matter how Zhang Wen attacked, he was unable to break through that force. This caused Zhang Wen to panic even more. Today he had set up a trap to kill Lin Ling, but who knew that the trap was left for him? Senior Lin Ling, please spare my life. I was just joking. He kept dodging the spider webs as he shouted. Unfortunately, Lin Ling remained cold and silent. A joke? If Queen Qianji wasn't here, Lin Ling would have been killed already. Whoosh! Whoosh! As if sensing Lin Ling's anger, even more spider webs shot out, reducing the space that Zhang Wen could dodge in. He was like a trapped beast, trapping him to death. After all, although Zhang Wen couldn't compare to a true divinity realm master, he was still at the peak of the World King realm. If he burned his world essence, then his strength would double. And if he accidentally escaped, that wouldn't be good. Sure enough, Zhang Wen burned his world essence, incinerating the spider webs around him. Unfortunately, he was still trapped in the forest. No matter how much spider webs were burned, how much was born. This continued until Zhang Wen's world essence was exhausted. Gradually, Zhang Wen found it difficult to breathe. This feeling of being trapped, he really didn't want to experience it a second time. Of course, he wouldn't have a second chance. Just as his boundary essence was getting weaker and weaker, a strand of spider silk sliced through like a sword, chopping off his head. Then his head rolled out, his face full of grievances. Zhang Wen dead. After the head rolled out, Chen's eyes widened. His entire body trembled, as if he had been frightened to the extreme. This was because he had come to see Lin Ling die, not to see Senior Zhongwen die in front of him. Lin Ling looked at Zhongwen's corpse, his face expressionless. Zhongwen, the former second-generation master, a peak world king. This strength wasn't considered weak in the Azure province. Unfortunately, facing a true divinity realm master, he was as weak as an ant. Of course, this also allowed Lin Ling to realize just how weak a world king was. He was even more eager to reach the true divinity realm. Now it's your turn. Putting away these thoughts, Lin Ling coldly looked at Xianxia. What do you want to do? Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. He quietly drew backwards. Lin Ling sneered. He pulled out the tyrant's song sword from behind him and stepped forwards. Perhaps you don't know, but what I hate the most is being threatened, especially when my family is threatened. Even if I were a god, I would still dare to kill them. He lifted his sword. The Azura energy was extremely strong. Azura demon kings floated around the sword. What a strong power of chaos. Queen Thousand Chance's eyes flashed. She could feel that the power of chaos in that sword was at least at the second level. A fifth-stage world king martial artist, without relying on a weapon, actually had the power of chaos at the second level. This was terrifying. You can't kill me. I am from the Grand Court Commandery. Our commandery has the 9 great sun bones of the Azure province. You are not his match. Xianxia's face turned even paler. Sunbone, it's not like I haven't seen it before. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was brilliant. The sword in his hand gently slashed out. It looked like a single slash, but the truth was that he had already slashed out 49 times. Azura sword array. The power of chaos erupted, mixed with the true realm of the Tao. This fellow's ultimate sword Tao is too fierce. He has the true realm of the Tao. As long as one's cultivation is lower than his, then even if they have the same level of martial arts, their power will still be inferior to his. Queen Thousand Chance thought. She already knew that Lin Ling had comprehended the Azura sword array, but only after seeing its might with her own eyes did she realize just how fierce Lin Ling's sword was. If you dare to kill me, the Grand Court Commandery will not let you off. Xianxia sensed the terrifying sword array shooting towards him. He let out the final cry of his life. Chapter 2474. Realm Breakthrough. You talk too much. Lin Ling calmly put away his sword and the items left behind by Xianxia and Xianxia. Then, he immediately left the forest. Behind him, Qianji turned into a stream of light and disappeared into Lin Ling's body. The pill you refined last time is really amazing. My talent has indeed increased. But where is the supplementary pill you promised me? It's time to give it to me. Don't worry. You helped me this time, so I won't owe you the supplementary pill. Lin Ling headed towards Resplendent Academy. At this moment, no one in Resplendent Academy knew that Senior Zhongwen had died. The third generation and last generation were still bitterly cultivating, preparing for the great Azure Divine Dynasty's martial field battle. To them, that was not only the time to become famous, but also the time to raise their status. If their performance was outstanding, then the last generation would have a chance to become the third generation, and the ranking of the third generation would be decided at that time. As for the second generation, that would be the battle of the new talents. The newly rising second generation would clash with each other. The atmosphere of the entire academy quietly changed. Lin Ling was naturally aware of this, and he also entered a state of bitter cultivation. He used all the divine crystals he had obtained from the rainforest market to buy cultivation treasures. Furthermore, he had also used the treasures left behind by Zhang when to cultivate. Qianji kept watching Lin Ling cultivate, but she couldn't see Lin Ling's dantian. She could only use his aura to check. She could only guess that Lin Ling's overall combat strength was very strong, several times stronger than those of the same realm. This fellow is clearly at the 5th stage of the World King realm, but his world essence is too thick. It feels like he's at the 8th stage of the World King realm. Moreover, his ultimate martial arts are also monstrous. One is the true realm of Tao, and the other is the minute realm. TSK. I really don't know how he comprehended them. No way did he break through again, without any bottlenecks? After observing for a while, Qianji exclaimed, because Lin Ling had smoothly reached the 6th stage of the World King realm. He's only at the 6th stage of the World King realm? Lin Ling opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. Queen Qianji almost scolded him. She was certain that no one in the Resplendent Academy could match Lin Ling in terms of cultivation speed. However, Lin Ling was still unwilling to give up? What a freak. She didn't know that Lin Ling's unwillingness was because he wanted both of his Dantians to increase their realms. However, only one of his Dantians had increased. This meant that even though he had double Dantian and double innate talent, the amount of cultivation resources he needed was also several times higher. After that, Lin Ling immediately comprehended the boundary origin martial arts. The first thing he needed to upgrade was the demonic flame transformation. Because his realm had increased, this martial art could also reach the 2nd level. The 2nd level was heaven-shaking transformation. It could burn the flames of time and space and increase one's strength by 2 levels. And with Lin Ling's 2 Dantians fused together, his world essence could reach the 8th level of the World King realm. In addition to the heaven-shaking changes, he could reach the 10th level of the World King realm. This was an extremely horrifying combat strength. Time quietly passed. There was a powerful enchantment around the mansion, preventing the power from sputtering out. If someone was in the mansion, they would discover that the entire place had turned into a sea of flames. Multicolored flames burned everything. Amidst this sea of flames, a demonic flame god stood there, his long hair wildly dancing in the wind. His eyes were multicolored, and with every movement he made, he seemed like a universal evil god. TSK. I can guarantee that unless one has an awakened divine body that surpasses yours by several levels, an ordinary 10th level World King will not be your match. Moreover, you have the 5th grade martial art Ashura Sword Array. Even a genius with a greater talent than you won't be able to easily defeat you. Queen Qianji couldn't help but cry out in alarm as she watched Lin Ling cultivate. Lin Ling's combat strength was too terrifying. Lin Ling smiled. He opened his mouth and sucked in all the flames, causing them to vanish into his mouth. He was now confident that he had become a 2nd-generation disciple. Moreover, he wasn't at the bottom of the 2nd-generation disciples. Thinking about it, from the last generation disciple candidate to the 2nd-generation disciple, the time that Lin Ling had spent was truly short. As Lin Ling was bitterly cultivating, the high-level figures of Resplendent Academy were gathered together. Vice Principal, for this battle on the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's martial field, my Resplendent Academy will send out Sikong Mifeng, Li Shui Tao, Sword Tyrant, and Sir Dragon Scale. These are the strongest of the 3rd-generation disciples. The 2nd-generation disciples are Si Xuanmei, Luo Dongshan, Yu Yu, and Inyuer. These newcomers have extraordinary talent and can contend with the 2nd-generation disciples of the other 2 great academies. In the hall, these people spoke one after another. Their strengths were unfathomable, each one comparable to Ancestor Dragon Granny. An old man dressed in a long white robe sat at the head of the group. His beard was extremely long, almost reaching the ground. There was an eye between his eyebrows. That eye was slightly closed, giving people the feeling of a divine king looking down on the world. He was the Resplendent Academy's old man, Gong Tiangon. This person was extremely famous in the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. He was only below the 3 pillars of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, the Prime Minister, the Grand Commandant, and the Imperial Censor. That's right. Although the Great Azure Divine Dynasty didn't send many experts to participate in this martial field battle, the weight is still not small. Our Great Azure Divine Dynasty's martial prowess has shaken the 9 prefectures, relying on an endless stream of geniuses. The geniuses that my Resplendent Academy is sending out this time naturally can't be weaker than the other two great academies. The old man said with a smile. Among the third-generation disciples, there's a junior called Lin Ling. His cultivation speed is extremely fast. From passing the examination to becoming a third-generation disciple, he didn't even need 10 years. This time, he will also pass the martial field battle and become a third-generation disciple. Someone else said, "Oh, 10 years isn't enough? This kind of genius needs to be valued." The old man revealed an interested expression. Vice Principal, in these years, the Resplendent Academy has had many geniuses who rose quickly. However, common sense has proven that these geniuses rise quickly and fall quickly. A thin girl shook her head and said, "What you said makes sense. However, that Lin Ling still needs to be taken care of. If he can maintain his momentum, then he will be a very extraordinary genius. This time, he must participate in the martial field battle. It's good to give him some pressure and let him know how strong the third and second-generation disciples of the other academies are." The old man said again, "We already let him participate. However, the vice principal's words are reasonable. His cultivation speed is too fast, so his foundation must be unstable. It's good to let him see some powerful geniuses. According to my estimation, it won't be difficult for him to become a third-generation disciple. However, being the strongest third-generation disciple of the three great academies will give him pressure. After the martial field battle, he will work even harder to cultivate and recognize himself clearly. He will not bite off more than he can chew." Someone immediately nodded. "Good. Now let's prepare for the martial field battle of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty." The old man finally nodded his head. The martial field battle of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty was in Qing Province's second ring city. As time passed, the highly anticipated battle of the three great academies also arrived. Chapter 2475. The battle on the drill ground of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The sky was clear and boundless, and the rosy clouds of the morning sun filled the sky. The vigorous sunlight illuminated Second Ring Road City in a dazzling golden light. There was a purple aura coming from the east, as if a myriad of emperors had descended. Early in the morning, a large number of people had gathered at the drill ground of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. This vast drill ground used to be the hunting grounds of the royal family, where many ferocious beasts of the universe were imprisoned. Later on, the location of the royal family's hunting grounds changed to that of the chaos of the universe. That was why the drill ground became a place for the descendants of the royal family to practice martial arts. It's so lively. Look, the 10 great sword immortals of the Qing Prefecture are all here. This is nothing. Look, the experts of the 6 military camps are all here. They represent the military power of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Tsk, their strength has already reached an unfathomable level. With just a move of their feet, the myriad of worlds would be shaken. The itinerant cultivators who had been waiting for a long time couldn't help but exclaim in excitement when they saw the experts around them. Far away from the drill ground, there was a high platform. At that moment, the high platform was already filled with people. They were all the pillars of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. The vice deans of the 3 great academies were all present. There were also the marshals of the 6 military camps, the 8th noble lord, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, and the Grand Secretary who controlled the heavenly soldiers and divine generals. These cultivators from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty had a terrifying sovereign chi on them. It was as if they came from the chaos of the universe. This was the sovereign chi left behind by the first emperor of the myriad realms. The so-called first emperor of the myriad worlds represented the first emperor of the primal chaos. Meanwhile, his aura was left behind for these experts, allowing them to be impervious to all evils, moreover doubling their fortune. People from the 3 great academies are here. It was unknown who shouted, but the entire drill ground was in an uproar. In the distance, 3 groups of people had arrived. They were the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy, Heavenly Saint Academy, and Songling Academy. Being watched by countless gazes, those geniuses held their heads high and puffed out their chests in excitement. Today was the day for them to show their strength. If they were chosen by the experts of the great Azure Divine Dynasty, they would have a meteoric rise. It would not be difficult for them to become the Lord of 1,000 realms. The geniuses participating in the drill ground this time are all quite strong. That must be the first Deputy General of the 1,000-Trick Battalion, King Huan, who has been training hard in the Heavenly Saint Institute. Not bad. If he keeps this up, it's possible for him to catch up with the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. At this moment, on the high platform, a powerhouse in embroidered clothes suddenly laughed. It was the Sovereign Marquis. "Haha, Marquis, you flatter me," said the commander of the 1,000 Strategy Battalion with a smile. The vice principal of the Heavenly Saint Institute also smiled proudly. He's not the strongest among the second generation. Yu, Si Xuanmei, and Luo Dongshan from the Resplendent Academy aren't weak either. It was none other than the vice principal of the Resplendent Academy. Vice Principal Gong Tiangon. Let's see who's the real deal. Not to mention, our Songling Academy's Black Prison, Armored Beast, and Young Master Wentian are all second-generation geniuses. They're the stars of the new generation. They're definitely not weaker than your Resplendent Academy's second-generation geniuses. Another old man immediately retorted. He was the vice principal of the Songling Academy. The 3 great academies had been competing with each other for many years. At this moment, no one was willing to submit to the other. While they were talking, the drill ground was in an uproar. Although there were many geniuses participating, most of the people were still staring at the second-generation geniuses. There weren't many famous second-generation geniuses, only about 20 of them. However, each one of them was extremely talented. Their awakened divine bodies were extremely powerful. It could be said that today was the battle stage of the second generation. Although the third generation also had to compete, it was obvious that the second generation had taken all the limelight. However, the third generation geniuses weren't jealous because they were wholeheartedly convinced of the strength of the second generation geniuses. "Haha, King Huan, let's fight later." Among the second generation geniuses, a handsome young man looked at a burly young man and laughed. "You're still a little weak." Among the second generation geniuses of the 3 great academies, only 4 can enter my eyes. They are Si Xuanmei, Yu, Black Prison, and Long Xuan too, said the burly young man indifferently. His words were full of disdain. This angered the handsome young man. He was also a second-generation genius. Who knew that King Huan would look down on him like this? This young man was called Wentian Gongzi. He came from the Sky Tribute Battalion of the 6 battalions. Then, he ignored King Huan because the latter was from the Yuan mansion. He couldn't afford to offend him. He looked at a girl who looked like a pure lotus and smiled. "Yu, thank you for your help during the last trial. I've been holding a grudge for that favor and want to find a chance to repay you. I wonder if you'll do me the honor?" As soon as he finished speaking, the other second-generation geniuses all looked at the girl in the purple dress. She was very beautiful. Her eyebrows were like a painting, and her facial features were exquisite. She was extremely beautiful. Moreover, her aura was deep and hidden. No one dared to underestimate her. And this girl had won the championship during the second generation's trial. Therefore, they didn't dare to underestimate her. And she was Yu. No need. It was nothing. However, Yu replied coldly. This made Wentian Gongzi smile awkwardly. If any other girl had treated him coldly, he would have been furious. But facing Yu, he couldn't get angry. "Yu, where's Si Xuanmei? Where's Inuere? Why aren't they here?" asked one of the second-generation geniuses. After all, they had gone to the trial together before. Therefore, they knew each other. "I don't know. But when the second-generation geniuses fight, they'll definitely come back." At the mention of Inuere, Yu's eyes immediately flashed with worry. Why hadn't Sister Yu returned from the trial? She was with senior sister Si Xuanmei. Could something have happened? Maybe she died, said a second-generation genius mockingly. Yu was furious. She glared at him fiercely. The second-generation genius smiled awkwardly. The crowd looked at the pearl-like second-generation geniuses and felt even more envious. So strong. Every one of them is stronger than us. On the side of the resplendent academy, Luo Hua Luxue looked at the experts around him and said solemnly, after gathering with the geniuses of the other 3 academies, he finally understood that there was always someone better than him. Lin Ling, look, it's Yu. Xin Yuangu was overjoyed. He pointed at the center of the drill ground. Because the second-generation geniuses were too dazzling, it was hard to miss them. I finally see her. Her strength has increased tremendously. It seems like she has her own fortuitous encounter. Lin Ling also looked in the direction of the drill ground. His face was filled with nostalgia. He took a step forward and walked towards the drill ground. Back when Yu left, Lin Ling had already taught Yu how to cultivate. It was very suitable for her, and Yu seemed to have her own fortuitous encounter. With the combination of the two, her strength naturally increased rapidly. At this moment, the entire drill ground was filled with whispers. But at this moment, a figure casually walked out, instantly attracting countless gazes. Wow, who is that? He has guts to walk towards the second-generation geniuses. Look at his clothes. He seems to be from the last generation. Admirable, admirable. He's playing to the gallery to attract the attention of the seniors on the high platform. Chapter 2476. Arousing Anger. Is this fellow from our Radiant Academy? On the high platform, the vice principal of Radiant Academy stared at the youth that walked out. He couldn't help but ruefully smile. Yes, he seems to be that fellow called Lin Ling. Beside him, another person helplessly shook his head. This fellow is the genius with the fastest cultivation speed in our academy. He's quite brave. However, the reason we allowed him to participate in the martial field battle was to give him some pressure, but who would have thought that this fellow would be so calm and carefree, without any pressure at all? The vice principal's bitter smile deepened. This seems to be Lin Ling. Yes. Besides the vice principal, Lord 8's pupil shrank. Beside him, Red Jade Tiger revealed a helpless expression. This is a soldier that doesn't want to be a general, so this fellow doesn't seem to be afraid of doing anything. Moreover, he will do whatever he wants to do. Rules have no effect on him. Haha, what an interesting person. Lord 8th couldn't help but laugh. Gong Tiangong, do you people from Radiant Academy not understand etiquette? At this time, a mocking voice sounded out. It was the vice principal of Heavenly Saint Academy. In his opinion, the center of the martial field was a place that only second-generation juniors could enter. Did this strange fellow have the qualifications to do so? Is there a rule that doesn't allow me to enter? But Gong Tiangong asked in return, making it difficult for the vice principal to refute. This was because there was indeed no rule that prevented the last-generation juniors from entering the center of the martial field. At this time, the crowd was still discussing. They could see that this youth was only at the 6th level of the World King realm. Amongst all the geniuses present, this was an extremely ordinary cultivation. Thus, they were surprised that Lin Ling didn't feel inferior at all. Where did his confidence come from? Lord Lin Ling. On the side of Radiant Academy, Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and the others ruefully smiled. They were also surprised by Lin Ling's actions. Even they thought that Lin Ling didn't have the qualifications to enter the circle of second-generation juniors. In fact, Lin Ling even seemed to be a step away from entering the circle of the strongest third-generation juniors. Of course, it wasn't just them. Even powerful warriors like Ancestor Dragon Granny thought the same. After all, Lin Ling's cultivation speed was considered fast, but it was impossible for him to enter the circle of the second generation in the blink of an eye. Big Brother Ling. Yu also saw Lin Ling. She couldn't help but smile, and her eyes were filled with excitement. She already knew that Lin Ling would come, but seeing Lin Ling again, she couldn't help but miss him. Lin Ling was also staring at her. It was as if the entire world had disappeared and only Yu existed. Lin Ling ignored the disdainful voices around him. Do you know what you're doing? However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out, interrupting Lin Ling and Yu Yu's exchange of glances. A handsome young man in a red robe with his hair tied behind his head stared at Lin Ling. His hands were behind his back, and he had an indescribable elegance about him. A friendly smile appeared on his face, as if he was very courteous. He calmly stood in front of Lin Ling. "I'm looking for my family." Lin Ling looked at the person in surprise, but he still smiled politely. "Looking at your clothes, you seem to be the last generation of the academy. Do you know what this place represents?" The young man lightly shook his head. He was Wentian young master. "I know, but there seems to be no rule that prevents me from coming." Lin Ling frowned slightly, not understanding why the other party would ask such a question. "There are indeed no rules, but don't you have an inferiority complex? We are the second generation, and you are only the last generation. Even if you are the third generation, you still don't have the qualifications to come here," Wentian young master said indifferently. The second generation next to him was also looking at Lin Ling, but there was a strange look in his eyes. It was disdain. Hearing this, Lin Ling glanced at the people around him and immediately understood what he meant. A smile appeared on his lips. "Inferior? I'm sorry, I really don't. Even if I do, compared to my family, I don't care about any inferiority complex. Also, thank you for your reminder. Can you move aside?" "Move aside." After saying that, he didn't say anything else, and with a big step, he passed by the other party. The whole process, without fear, was magnanimous. The geniuses of the three academies in the distance immediately went into an uproar. They were all surprised by Lin Ling's action. After all, passing by the second generation wasn't something that anyone would dare to do. I don't know if you're trying to please the crowd, or if you're purposely looking for an excuse to make the seniors pay attention to you. But let me remind you, be careful of smashing your own foot with a stone. You said you know the second generation, right? Then prove it to us, who among the second generation knows a piece of trash like you. The smile on Wentian young master's face instantly disappeared, and a cold light quietly appeared in his eyes. He didn't expect that such an ant would dare to refute him. Did this ant think that he was a ring king-level expert? I think he's trying to please the crowd. Unfortunately, without strength, how can he get the seniors' attention? Let's see which second-generation rookie he knows. If no one knows him, then let's chase him away. That's a good suggestion. Immediately, a large number of voices came from the surroundings. To them, Wentian young master and the other second-generation rookies were standing in the drill ground, and they were convinced. They were definitely not convinced. In the drill ground, countless people looked at Lin Ling, waiting for Lin Ling to return in disgrace. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling still walked forward and came in front of Yu Yu, and then smiled slightly. He didn't know that his appearance would cause such a huge commotion, because he didn't see the rules clearly stating that only second-generation rookies could come out. Of course, if he knew the rules, he wouldn't have come out. But now, he had come out even if he didn't want to, so how could he walk back? At this moment, everyone around the drill ground was moved. Among the second-generation rookies, there were a few famous beauties, such as Si Xuanmei, Yu Yu, and Yue and Fairy Xianglong. These four beauties could be said to be favored by the heavens, and even the second-generation rookies of the three academies were somewhat moved by them. However, these four beauties' talent and strength were too strong, and they had long been unable to catch up to the second-generation rookies. Therefore, everyone could only look up to them. And now, this unprepossessing guy actually walked in front of Yu Yu, and he seemed to know Yu Yu. This guy, I can't see myself clearly. Subconsciously, among the second-generation rookies, many people coldly shouted. They didn't think that Lin Ling knew Yu Yu at all. Moreover, the goddess in their hearts seemed to have been blasphemed, which made them very unhappy. I know that Yu Yu is liked by many people, but he wants to get close to Yu Yu? This is a toad wanting to eat swan meat. I'm guessing that Senior Yu Yu will definitely slap him. Haha, I'm waiting for that slap. Letcher, go to hell. Chapter 2477. A shocking kiss, however. Yu Yu is the same as Lin Ling. She didn't care about the gazes around her. Instead, she smiled happily. She, who was always cold, revealed a little girl's attitude. That smile, as if she was looking back, shocked everyone. What? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? That senior sister goddess actually responded? Fake, this must be fake. Senior sister, you didn't slap that wastrel's face. The last generation and the third generation of the three great schools were all shocked. In fact, the second generation's pupils also constricted. Previously, they took the initiative to invite Yu to talk, but Yu was like a goddess and ignored them. Now, however, she was like a goddess. Yu actually responded to Lin Ling's one sentence. Could it be that Yu knew that wastrel? Yes, it must be so. That wastrel really hit the jackpot. Many people secretly thought that senior sister Yu treated that wastrel as her junior brother, so she didn't slap his face in front of everyone. However, was it really just her junior brother? At this moment, Lin Ling didn't care about the gazes around him. He looked at the girl in front of him, and a trace of nostalgia appeared in the depths of his eyes. Yu was the girl he met in the Guyan sect. They were childhood sweethearts, and the two of them had gone through countless ups and downs together. Now that he saw her again, Lin Ling couldn't hold back his feelings of longing. He took a big step forward and arrived in front of Yu. He reached out and hugged Yu's slender waist. How dare you? Lin Ling's action caused the flames of jealousy to erupt in the entire drill ground like a volcano. That wastrel actually hugged senior sister Yu. However, before their angry voices died down, something even more terrifying happened. They saw Lin Ling looking at Yu with deep affection, and then he kissed her. Boom! This action was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue, and it broke the hearts of many young people who looked up to Yu. That's right, their hearts were completely shattered. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have died countless times by now. The humiliation that Lin Ling brought to them was simply wave after wave. Bastard, you're courting death. Those second-generation talents were all stunned. Then, their eyes were filled with jealousy. Without a doubt, that kiss was a world-shaking kiss. As for Gong Tiangong, who was on the high platform, his long beard was blown up. He never thought that the little guy would do such a thing, giving a shocking kiss in front of so many people. Was he trying to make others jealous to death? Lin Ling, you really are a real man. On the other side of the resplendent academy, Xianxia Guter smiled. This was her man. No matter how many people opposed him, Lin Ling would never back down. If a man doesn't even dare to acknowledge his beloved woman, then is he still a man? From the beginning to the end, Lin Ling didn't care about the anger of the crowd. Then, he held Yu's hand and walked toward the resplendent academy. To him, Yu was already his woman. Moreover, he also knew that many people were covetously eyeing his woman. Therefore, his previous kiss also told everyone that Yu was already taken. As for Yu, being held by Lin Ling, she was happy because she hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time. If she remembered correctly, the last time was at the sacred rainforest. However, in a martial god world where experts were as common as clouds, Brother Lin Ling still didn't disappoint her. At least, it proved that Lin Ling dared to take responsibility for his actions. Although I also think that he overestimates himself. For the sake of his lover, he dares to ignore the gaze of the world. If such a man comes to hold my hand, I will also go with him. You're being love-struck, right? Although that young man is a bit weak, he's not bad-looking. The most important thing is that he dares to take responsibility for his actions, unlike some hypocritical men who say one thing on the surface and another behind their backs. If I really ask him to take action for me, I guarantee that he won't dare to put down his face. They're a very good pair. Seeing the handsome young man holding Yu's hand, many girls laughed. In their eyes, this was an extremely beautiful scene. This brat. Young Master Wentian stared at Lin Ling, his eyes filled with coldness. He couldn't understand how a trash like Lin Ling could obtain Yu's heart. The two of them weren't even on the same level. I don't know what kind of bewitching potion he gave Yu, but he's only the last generation. If you want to fight later, he'll definitely lose face. Yu might even abandon him. Yes, that's right. Exaggerated things don't last long. Only strength can prove everything. The other second-generation juniors coldly said. In truth, they also couldn't accept this reality. Following this, the martial field battles also began. At the start were the challenges between the last generation juniors. The winner could directly challenge the third generation juniors. If they could win 3 times in a row, then they could become the third generation. This martial field battle was not only a time to show off one's strength, but also a time to ascend. The last generation juniors of the 3 great academies stepped onto the stage one after another, causing the audience to cheer again and again. Some people failed, and some people succeeded. As time passed, it was finally Lin Ling's turn to step onto the stage. Although he was a third-generation junior, he hadn't yet passed the assessment. Thus, the academy had arranged for him to participate in these 3 battles to prove himself through strength. And regarding this, Lin Ling agreed, not caring much about it at all. But because of Yu Yu's previous matter, these 3 matches that were originally very simple had suddenly become troublesome. He stepped onto the stage to challenge 3 third-generation juniors. He's a 6th-level world king. I want to see just how he'll fight. Hee. I wonder if senior apprentice sister Yu Yu will abandon him when she sees him being beaten to a pulp. Of the 3 great academies besides Radiant Academy, the geniuses of the other 2 academies weren't optimistic about Lin Ling's chances. As for Radiant Academy, many third-generation juniors knew that this Lin Ling was extraordinarily strong. Unless his luck was bad and he ran into a third-generation junior in the top 10, it shouldn't be difficult for him to pass. After all, Lin Ling had defeated Xianxia, who was ranked in the top 20 of Radiant Academy's third-generation juniors. And the challenges would be decided by drawing lots. Heavenly Saint Academy, genius from 9-star camp, Lu Wanli. When the opponent appeared, the side of the drill ground immediately became lively and noisy. Lu Wanli, 7th-level world king, 9th-level profound body, and also an early 3rd-level origin martial art. He will definitely win. Then doesn't that mean the youth from before will lose? Not only will he lose, but he will lose miserably. Many people who didn't know what was going on let out excited cries. They wished that Lin Ling, who had stolen the heart of the goddess, would return in a sorry state. It looks like you're not popular at all, but you really did go too far before. Sometimes you shouldn't have any improper thoughts about something that doesn't belong to you. Unfortunately, your luck is too bad. Since you ran into me, I only need a single move to deal with someone like you. On the martial field, a thin youth appeared. He was a bit excited, because with his strength, he shouldn't have had the chance to shine on this stage. But now that he had run into an opponent like Lin Ling, he actually had a chance. 10,000-Mile World King Fist. Chapter 2478. Consecutive victories apart from the geniuses from Resplendent Academy. The geniuses from the other 2 academies were very excited. Of course, their excitement was about to be extinguished. On the drill ground, Lin Ling looked at the distant Yu Yu and smiled. He knew that Yu Yu was looking forward to seeing his strength, just like how he was looking forward to seeing Yu Yu's growth. Unfortunately, his opponent was too weak, and he, Lin Ling, was unable to display much of his strength. Of course, if he was straightforward, Yu Yu would be more at ease with him. Lin Ling did not dodge. Looking at the youth who was charging at him, he directly punched him. There was no flashy move, just a simple punch. It looked ordinary, but it was as fast as lightning, and the position was tricky. It was like the punch of a demon god. With a boom, it fiercely smashed into the youth's face. Pooh! The youth's face was crooked from the punch, and he flew out of the drill ground. The sound of bones cracking could be heard, followed by a wail that resounded through the drill ground. One punch defeated. At the same time, Lin Ling left the drill ground with large strides, and his indifferent voice floated out. You're right. To deal with trash like you, I only need one move. Simple. His words were simple, calm, and confident, but in the ears of those who were gloating, it was a mockery. This guy actually defeated Lu Wanli with one punch? Has his strength reached the level of a third generation? Too much. Too much. Seeing him so arrogant, I feel unhappy. Simple. No one was surprised by Lin Ling's strength. but more people felt unhappy. Interesting. His talent is actually to cultivate the physical body. That punch is not weaker than Jie Yuan's attack. Simple. On the high platform, an old man smiled faintly. He was the Grand Council. This guy is the youngest deputy general of the Martial God Battalion. Of course, compared to that powerful punch, I feel that his eyesight is more powerful. After all, to be able to see through the opponent's attack, find a weakness, and counterattack at the same time is even more difficult, Lord Eighth said with a smile. He was not surprised that Lin Ling would win. Instead, he took the opportunity to recommend Lin Ling. Even Lord Eighth praised him. That young man should be a genius not long ago, and to be able to defeat the third generation as soon as he entered the academy, his talent is also very impressive. The old man understood Lord Eighth's meaning and immediately said with a smile. The Scarlet Jade Tiger, who had been standing at the side, rejoiced. He had not expected Lin Ling to bring honor to the Martial God Battalion. After all, he knew how terrifying the strength of these lords was. It could be said that the myriad of worlds would explode with the slightest movement of their brows, and it was difficult to obtain their praise. After Lin Ling left the stage, the next three generations clashed, especially the clash between the strongest three generations, which caused countless cheers. However, compared to the crowd's surprise, Lin Ling was not interested in the battle, unless it was the battle between the new talents of the second generation. On the contrary, he and Yu Yu chatted endlessly and had a slight understanding of Yu Yu's strength. Yu Yu had indeed had a fortuitous encounter and found the 10,000-year universal flow. It was an extremely mysterious river, and those who encountered it would obtain great benefits. Because of this, Yu Yu's strength had greatly increased. "Where's Yua?" "Yua." Then Lin Ling asked again. "Our training this time was in a secret realm in the Eastern Territory, but I came back after my training ended, and Sister Yu seems to still be training. She is with senior sister Si Xuanmei, but don't worry, Brother Ling, Sister Yu will definitely come back in the battle between the new talents of the second generation," Yu Yu said, and made Lin Ling nod. The two of them stared at the drill ground again. Of course, there were not many geniuses that could enter Lin Ling's eyes. On the contrary, when he looked at the new talents of the second generation, his expression couldn't help but become serious because he saw awakened divine physiques that were even more talented than him. There were two people that he was very wary of. One was like the reincarnation of a ghost king, and the other gave him the feeling of a fierce beast. Their origins were definitely not simple. Not long after, it was Lin Ling's turn to go on stage again. This time, his opponent was from the third generation of the Resplendent Academy. It's young Master Tianlan. This guy is much stronger than Lu Wanli from before. He will definitely be able to defeat Lin Ling. Yes, many geniuses secretly clenched their fists. They didn't believe that Lin Ling would be able to survive by luck. There were even some people who cheered for young Master Tianlan. After all, this was his chance to become famous. On the drill ground, young Master Tianlan also appeared. His aura was extremely powerful, as if he was a tyrant. Of course, those who could appear here were all realm lords. Hearing the cheers around him, young Master Tianlan couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling seriously. As time passed, the aura on his body became more and more ferocious, causing the geniuses around him to become excited. Even the new talents of the second generation were looking forward to the fight. However, in the next moment, a voice like cold water extinguished his enthusiasm. "I admit defeat. Surrender." Young Master Tianlan's aura disappeared in an instant, and with a bitter expression, he left with his tail between his legs. In fact, he definitely wanted to seize this opportunity to become famous. However, he was also a third generation of the Resplendent Academy. He already knew that Lin Ling could defeat Xianxia, and he wasn't a match for the latter. Therefore, if he fought Lin Ling, he would be courting death. Fuck, what the hell is this? Did he go easy on him? Fuck, that guy won 2 rounds in a row. If he wins another round, he will become a third generation. Sigh. As they watched young Master Tianlan leave, everyone felt disgusted, as if they had eaten a fly. They wanted to see Lin Ling lose face, but in the end, they were the ones who couldn't bear it. Lin Ling smiled and shrugged, as if he was looking down on everyone. He then turned around and left. This was a very ordinary action, but it was like adding oil to the fire. More and more angry voices were heard. This caused Gong Tiangong, who was on the high platform, to laugh bitterly. He didn't expect Lin Ling to become a thorn in everyone's side. Furthermore, he couldn't understand why Lin Ling was so arrogant. He didn't know that to Lin Ling, he didn't need the approval of these people to reunite with Yu Yu. These people used cold words to mock him, so why should Lin Ling give them any face? Not long after Lin Ling left the stage, another fierce battle broke out among the third generation. In the end, the strongest third generation of the three great academies was determined. In the end, Lin Ling's third battle arrived as scheduled. At this moment, many people were looking forward to it. They hoped that Lin Ling's opponent wouldn't be too weak this time. As if sensing the crowd's thoughts, a new opponent appeared. It was God Daozi from the Songling Academy. It's him, the previous Deputy General of the God of War Battalion, the 8th generation of the Songling Academy's 3rd generation. I didn't expect him to participate in this battle. TSK. He should be able to defeat Lin Ling. Sensing that a stronger opponent had appeared, many people became excited. Lin Ling's luck should be coming to an end.